Evening. This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting from Monday, January 12, 2026. Could everyone please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up tonight, we have a special presentation from New Hampshire DES. I want to thank them for coming. They've got some information for the residents, and I'm happy to have them. So thank you for coming.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm going to go through some history on the removal rebate program, where we're at today, some changes that happened along the way that affected the program. I'm going to go through the income qualified portion that we have today because of those changes, and I'll give you a little snapshot of where Londonderry is in regards to the rebates program, and then I'll answer any questions that you might have after that. All right, so how was the program established? I'm going to go all the way back there, which seems like a long way to go for tonight, but I think that you may find it interesting in the end. So back in 2014, DES established a team of samplers for private wells for VOCs as part of the MTBE settlement that we have here in the state of New Hampshire. That becomes important because in 2016, that is when we discovered the PFAS contamination in Merrimack. We were very quickly able to respond to that because we switched that sampling teams that we had over to PFAS. Then in 2019, as many of you know, the DES established its MCLs in AGQS. And then in 2022, that's when we established the PFAS removal rebate program for private wells. This becomes important and interesting to Londonderry because as the response of that sampling in 2016, we had a lot of data, right? In 2019, we lowered the standard of 70 parts per trillion for PFOA down to 12 parts per trillion for PFOA. So very quickly, it became apparent that there was an issue in Londonderry because of the data we already had and the lowering of those numbers. And so the interesting part of that is the program we stood up in 2022 was but mostly because of the need that we were seeing in Londonderry. And so that was the beginning of our program. So in early 2022, we had already sampled over 9,000 private wells. So the DES went to the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, to the Advisory Commission, and asked for $5 million to stand up a rebate program. And that $5 million would have us help approximately 900 households. So at this point, it is a statewide program. It's always been a statewide program, but it is primarily because of the need in Londonderry. So what is the program? So it can help private residents with a private well up to $5,000 to install treatment in their home. That can be point of use or point of entry, basically meaning they can treat it at their kitchen sink or they can treat all the water coming into their home. Or if they are fortunate enough to have a water main that runs in front of their home, they can hook into that water main and we will give them up to $10,000 for that service connection. So who can apply for this? It's owners of residential properties in New Hampshire if they have a PFAS impact on their drinking water well. And that impact has changed throughout the program, and I will go through that as well. And this is for those private wells that are not receiving any assistance from a potentially liable third party. So how do they apply? We've tried to make it as easy as we can for residents all throughout the state to apply. So we have an online application. This online application can actually be printed and emailed to us, hand-delivered to us, mailed to us, but we do administer the funds on a first-come, first-served basis. All right, so now I'm going to go through 2024. And Ron knows what I'm talking about. So we had a little bit of a hiccup in 2024 with the program. So to go back a little bit, in June 2022, there was a general fund appropriation to DES It was $25 million appropriation. And as part of that, there were some changes written into RSA 485-H, which allowed us to use some of that appropriation for a rebate program. So we have the $5 million we got from the trust fund in early 2022. In June 2022, we added $15 million of that $25 million to the rebate program. Because it was written into 485-H, it then required us to write rules for the program so that we could administer that portion of the money. So at this point, we're working off the $5 million that we have from the trust fund. So in April of 2024, as many of you know, the EPA announced their final MCLs, and that lowered PFOA down to 4 parts per trillion. The commissioner of the DES made a decision that we were going to use the EPA MCLs as the eligibility criteria for the rebate program. So that quickly added a pool of residents in New Hampshire that were now eligible for the rebate program. So between 2022 and 2024, we were drafting rules, and we were on schedule to get those rules in place when we would run out of the trust fund money. Because of this change in our eligibility criteria, that timeline was severely accelerated. And so by June 10th of 2024, because of that decision, we used all of the trust fund money, and we didn't have rules in place to switch over to the $15 million appropriation, so we had to suspend the program for a few months. This seems like a bad thing, but it actually gave DES the opportunity to take a step back, look at how the program had been operating for 2 years, and make some changes that we could then write into our rules to make the program more efficient. Some of these changes were significant. There was some misuse of the program, and we wanted to try and stop that. So the program initially operated where we allowed treatment vendors to come in and apply on behalf of their clients. And the reason we did this is that so those in a low income situation were able to use the program without having to front the money first. So we would pay the vendor directly. But because of the misuse, we had to change how we were operating the program. And so we switched, so now only a homeowner can apply. Vendors can no longer. And so we came up with a different method, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, and this is our income qualified program that we have now. So because we were writing rules and we couldn't use the money, in August 2nd of 2024, we had an amendment to House Bill 1649 that got signed into law that allowed us to operate without rules until June 30th of 2025. And so we were able to bring the program back online September 9th, and we had a new application form based on the rules that we were writing. So we were back in business, which was a good thing. So ENVDW 1500 is the rule for the rebate program. We actually got it through the Joint Legislative Committee, and it became effective on February 26, 2025, well before our deadline of June 30th, 2025. So those are the rules that we operate under today. So I want to give you a step back and talk about impacted by PFAS and what this means. So today, we don't operate on all of the EPA MCLs. So I think many of you know in May of last year, the EPA decided that they were going to take back 4 of the 6 MCLs. And so they are going to keep PFOA and PFOS at 4 parts per trillion. So the rebate program now operates under those 2 for PFOA, PFOS, but we are using the state standards for PFHXS and PFNA. So today, this is what is impacted by PFAS. You have to be above these numbers to be eligible for the rebate program. All right. So here's the income qualified eligibility. The box on the top is what we have written on our website today to describe to applicants what it is. And then below that, you'll see where it's actually written into rule, how to apply and how to be eligible. I sent this to Kirsten. Each of these have a link, so if she can send out the PDF, you can actually click on these two boxes and it will bring you to the website, and the bottom one will bring you to the rule. But basically what we've done is we've created a pre-approval. And so this form does not sit on our website, and that was purposeful. So if we find that someone calls us up and they're in a low-income situation and they're not able to front the money to put in a system, they can call us. We will send them this form. It's a pre-approval form. They send it to us. We review it. If we find that they meet the criteria, which is the HUD criteria for low income, we send them a letter basically giving them a pre-approval that they can give to a vendor, and it tells the vendor that they can give their vendor number out to that homeowner, and when the homeowner applies, they use the vendor's number, and we pay the vendor directly. And so that will allow them to still be able to use the program. We have found since 2025 that we may have had 2 so far pre-approvals that we've given out. What we're finding is that vendors are actually offering their clients a paid when paid situation instead of paying at the time of installation, and that seems to be working out for them. So they do have those 2 options right now to still be able to use the program. All right. Now, just to give you a little bit of a snapshot for Londonderry, we have reviewed 759 applications for Londonderry residents. 727 of those have been approved. The denials are for very many different reasons. Either they didn't have a exceedance, they may be inside the St. Gobain consent decree area and don't qualify for that reason because they're getting assistance from St. Gobain, or there could be some other reasons. But we see applications coming in from Londonderry every day. I probably talk to a Londonderry resident every day. So that is good news that they are still using the program. So we have paid out over $3 million to Londonderry residents. $2 million of that came from the trust fund pot of money, which is almost half of what we had. So from the very beginning, Londonderry's been very active in the program. And that a little over $1 million of the general funds. So altogether, 35% of the applications that we approved are Londonderry residents. So it's about a third of the program. Yeah. And that is all I have. I did put Casey Moran's information up here. She is the one who manages the rebate program for me. I put her information up here, but she is on maternity leave, so I am the person until the end of February.
Amy, I want to thank you. And thank you guys for all you've done for Londonderry so far. For the 35%, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for DES?
No.
Thank you very much for coming tonight, though, and
You're
presenting
welcome.
that, because that's very effective, especially for the low-income piece. I think it's going to be very effective for the residents.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yes. And you
Appreciate
know,
it.
if anyone has any questions on it, you can always send anyone my way.
Yes.
Ron, I have one
Oh,
question.
very good, please.
So, are all monies now restricted to only people who are low income?
No.
Is that
So
how I'm reading that?
no. So anyone in the state can apply. We just have that income qualified people or part for people that are in low income. So anyone can apply. It's just you have to front the money because it's a rebate, right? So you pay the money and then you come in for the rebate to get it back. So those people that don't have the funds to front, if they qualify,
Okay.
they can use the income
It
qualified.
just, how it seems on the website, it makes it seem like you have to be low income qualified. That's how it read to me.
Okay.
So I
Yeah, I
think to
took
a
it that
normal
way.
person, I think maybe if it can be clarified better,
Yep.
because if you're seeing there's an income qualification, oh, I need to be low income to qualify. Well, maybe it needs to be written better so that
Okay.
people aren't scared away from applying.
Okay. I will look at that for sure. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Amy, thank you very much.
Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Amy.
All right. With that, I'll open public comment. Good evening, Dennis.
Hello, everyone. Dennis Martin, 182 Pillsbury Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I'm going to sound like a broken clock. Same thing, I'm asking about what's going on with the veterans tax, the $5,000 tax that we're supposed to get. We have not received any information about it. Nothing's been emailed to me, so. And also, for another note, I still would like you to consider having this town manager resign. He has not been truthful to anybody in this town. He's lied to me, and it's time for a new town manager. You know, it's amazing how people can get 16.8% raise, or whatever you want to call it, but we can't get our tax credit. So I'm hoping you're considering it and looking into it and getting a new town manager. Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mr. Chair,
Anybody? Yeah.
you did say at the last meeting you were going to talk with legal counsel about that. Could you?
Yep. The town manager is going to address after public comment. He's got something he's going to say
Okay.
to address that. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. I want to bring up something that, well, you're aware of this. Well, I don't know if you're aware of this part of it. There's been a lot of controversy over the incoming fire chief. Nothing to have to do with him personally. But I want some answers, because I haven't been getting the answers to any of the questions I've been asking. First of all, I would like, and I know this is a little different than we normally do anything around here, I would like the council to ask the current town manager if he has any respect for the vote that are done at the ballots for our March elections. Simple yes or no answer is all I need. So I don't know if you'll allow that, if you'll ask that.
Richard,
Mr.
he's going to
Chair.
make a comment at the end.
So as we know, I recently, well, you don't know, I recently asked for a copy of the offer letter that went out, because I've heard that we're paying them $160, I've heard $165. And that didn't sit right with me. Back in March, we just voted in, I forget how many, 3 or 4 new union contracts that were to take effect July 1st of this year and run through 2028. So why is it in the first year of this fire chief's contract, if the numbers, what I've been hearing are true, and that's why I wanted the offer letter before tonight, that we're way over what was in those agreements that the people voted on. So I guess what that basically comes down to is the agreement's been changed, at least for the fire chief, by a sidebar or a new agreement or whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you call it. So I went back to the paperwork that I had from last year, because if you remember, there was some controversy about releasing the contracts before the vote, and they finally got released. And the fire chief in the first year of the contract that was approved by the voters of this town, the fire chief's salary range is $110,000 to $150,000. I rounded off. There's some hundreds in there. But the Leah contract that's now online, the attachment, is $110,000 to $165,000. That's approximately a 10% increase from what we voted. Same thing going into year 2 and year 3. The interesting part is this pay range scale, the attachment A, that's on the town website currently, with these increased numbers, doesn't have a revision date on it. So if it's been changed, why isn't there a revision date on the sheet so people know this has been changed? This is a big problem, people. Were any of you aware that the Lear contract that was voted in and just started on the 1st of July, 2025 had been changed? Or if you were you aware of it after the fact this change was been made? What's going on?
Basically, you just told the people of this town, we don't care what you voted for. Again, stuff it up, you know what. We're going to do whatever the hell we want. This is a problem. You five up there have to solve this problem. So, what's going on? Why doesn't this say this is a revised sheet? Why was it changed? When was it changed? Was it changed recently? Was it changed before we put the ad placement out there? Why? You had negotiations on this contract. The two sides came together. It was put before the town. It passed. It hasn't even gone into effect yet. Well, it is now. My guess is this was changed way before we were looking for the new fire chief, but within the recent administration at the town manager level. So that means within the last 6 months. Want answers? Don't get answers to anything lately. Still haven't got answers to who made the decision to ignore your vote for the veterans credit. Haven't got answers to what line items the $131,000 in pay adjustments came from. Still haven't got answers about the police detail cars, although Kim Bernard at the last meeting did come out and speak to me about how they rotate them. High mileage come off, they go to a lesser use. I understand that. That was fine, that was good, but it didn't answer the question. When are we going to get answers on anything? Because if the people up there are not going to give us answers, we don't need you.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else in public comment? Good evening.
Good evening, Beth Morocco, 4 Westwood Drive. I'm here today to ask for everyone to acknowledge that our wonderful director, Erin Matlin, is down to the last couple of days and weeks of her, time with us. And we are so fortunate to have known her and to have seen the transformation in Leach Library these past 4 years, to see the pride and the dedication of her staff, the change that's occurred there in the 4 years that Director Matlin has been the leader at Leach. It has been transformative. And I know that a lot of people are going to miss her. And I just want to kind of acknowledge all of her hard effort. She's working really, really hard to finish up strong and to kind of help that transition period. So I would just like to, if everybody could just share a round of applause for our wonderful director.
Thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Good evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Patrick Cheatham from your police department, also a town resident. I'm joined by other members of the Senior Resource Committee. And Aaron, we're going to embarrass you a little bit more. So our library director, like me as a town employee, sits on the Senior Resource Committee, town residents and others as well. And Erin has held a vital role in our Senior Resource Expo annually each year. Additionally, she helps spread the word to our seniors, many who attend the library. And we just wanted to say thank you, best wishes in your new employment. And we just got some flowers and a card, and we wish you all the best. And as a father of 2 young children who enjoy all the programs at the library, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Good evening, Christine.
Good evening. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Unfortunately, it's become necessary to give facts as soon as possible so that social media and the rumor mill doesn't distort them. So I'd like to present to you the facts of why I, as your state rep, voted against House Bill 675 on a spending cap on the school budget at the State House on Thursday, January 8, 2026. I am not the only one of your reps that voted against the bill that was grossly misleading and was not appropriate for Londonderry. RSA 32.5C already allows any school district or town to put forward a cap on spending. It can be done almost identically to House Bill 675 was attempting to mandate. Therefore, I and others felt it was more appropriate to allow this to be done at the town instead of another heavy hand by the state. I'm a firm believer in local control, and in March of 2025, I put forward a citizen's warrant to place a cap on the Londonderry School District. At the deliberative, it was changed to a study, which was an excellent idea by Tony. The SAU did a phenomenal job with this study, and I have it here, multiple pages. And I was able to use that as part of my opposition to House Bill 675 when speaking in the well. We all agree that property taxes are rising too fast and school budgets are the largest driver. The real question is, how do we apply restraints without harming classrooms or stripping local control? House Bill 675 would rely on state-level formulas tied to inflation and enrollment. And that approach adds complexity and shifts accountability away from the local decision maker and makes it harder for voters to understand who is responsible for their tax bill. Yes, there was an override component that would allow 3/5 of the voter to override the cap. So the school board, with the budget committee, would work very hard to put forward a budget under the cap, and if there was an override, they'd have to start all over again. So, and they have to take it back. 675 was based only on numbers and not on the specific needs of a town. And one of the worst components is that special education, the ever-changing dynamics, were not taken into consideration. I've said before, anytime you try to lower a school budget at a deliberative, all we hear is that the kids can't have this and the kids can't have that. I believe if the state really wants to help, they might allow towns to split the operating budget from the SAU budget to be voted separately. The fastest rising course, according to studies, show that the SAU administrative budgets rise disproportionately and have done so over many years. Now, that is not the major part of the budget, but it's a start, and if lowered by the voters, would protect the children and the teachers and meets the needs of individual towns. There are other concerns as well, like the ever-rising cost of transportation and insurance, among others. One of the biggest complaints I hear at the state is that only a small percent of the voters come out, maybe 10 to 15%, to vote in March elections. Does that give us the right to just mandate at the state level? Actually, having 400 representatives vote for 1.4 million is merely 0.03%. That being said, I stand by my decision not to vote for House Bill 675 because I stand strong in the belief that one size does not fit all, and I work hard for the town of Londonderry, and this was just not good for Londonderry. I presented this also at the school district meeting, the school board meeting on Thursday. At that meeting, because we now have a school board that is working hard, they removed $163,000 from the budget. They also removed $100K from a warrant article at that meeting and lowered the default budget as well. Basically, they are down to lowering the budget. The default budget is now $1,035,000, the regular budget below default. Our school board is working hard. We are not the same as New Boston. We are not the same as Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Sorry. Sorry. Didn't see you.
Kathy Wagner, 12 McGregor Court, 15 Parmenter Road, and my lots.
Yeah.
I came down here to the last meeting to voice my concerns about Old Home Day. I still have them. The discussion was not on the agenda, so I didn't hang out after the budget workshop, and I went home. But I'd like to say that I was really disappointed in you, Dan, and you, Deb, to say that I can't complain when I called those two back in August and volunteered to take this program over. So, with your words, I have a right to complain. And I am complaining about the fact that you're going to this 501c3. I'm complaining about the rumor mill, so to speak, that Old Home Day got $100,000 from the town. Yeah, I guess if you add up police details, because at the time, presidential candidates, governors, Congress people, federal Congresswomen, men, everybody came here for our parade. And I would be very concerned if they're not protecting them. So I looked at this original budget that Justin talked about on December 8th. I mean, I'd actually even be concerned for people like Christine Perez and Sherm Packard because of how hostile the world has gotten. And to cut police funding is disgustingly irresponsible. And fire, too. But then I kind of looked back and I was like, okay, you know, you guys said Dairy Fest. Okay, so my first question to you, and I really need an answer, is who are the proceeds going to go to? If we become a 501c3, everything's designated, and Old Home Day is really not a charitable. We're not an arts council. We're not supporting the Leach Library. We're not doing all the other things these other organizations are doing. Are we Trailways is building a trail for Londonderry. It is a totally different beast because it's an event and a sponsorship. So I looked into it at more detail. I have no clue how you think we are going to raise $25,000 to pay for fireworks. The only fireworks, by the way, that this town holds. The only. And you're going to tell people in this community, oh, sorry, fireworks are gone because you wanted it. You're going to, it's just baffling to me. And I was on that committee from 1999 till 2019. I volunteered. I didn't receive one penny. And I did it all on my own. And Deb, I don't remember you at too many meetings. So I'm like, I had already called people. I had people lined up. A lot of the old people were going to come back that had done it before with the mission of trying to find a young Londonderry family that wanted to shadow us so it could be taken over and gone back to the way it was. There's just so many questions about this whole thing. And, I hate to bring this up, but maybe part of the reason why you aren't getting volunteers that don't want to be paid is because of an August 14th, 2019 article that was written by your paper and submitting right-to-know requests that we were stealing, even though you couldn't bring up any charges. I have it here. You wonder why people walk away, because they were demonized. You also tied in Sherry Farrell. And can I quote the article? The Times article did not give any examples of information that was missing.
Can you stop the attacks?
So
Address me. Yes, yeah.
I'm just saying, this has been an ongoing reason why Old Home Day is hurting. And now you've got a town manager that wants to gut it. There's no other terms. Gut it. Not give police, not give fire, not give sports support. Is there other? And Jan, you're shaking. Ron, he's shaking his head, but I saw the list of items that, and I don't know if that's changed, but the last list of items I saw from what was getting cut from the budget, a lot of it fell on Old Home Day.
He's going to address that after. Yep.
And, it's been contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. At this point, I don't know if anybody's going to want to take it over because we're months behind at this point. We don't even have a committee, technically. And that, I mean, so I do think you guys are going to go down as the council that destroyed Old Home Day.
Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else with public comment? They cut it off. All right. Seeing none, I will close public comment. We don't have any board appointments tonight, so next up is a public hearing. Sorry, yes, sorry, yes, sorry,
I have
yes.
something after
Sorry, yes, sir. I meant to, yes.
So I think it's important that, I think both Dennis and you also brought up issues. You asked questions, you didn't get answers. You were told you would get answers the next day about this, and you didn't. So that's not how we should be operating.
Sir, can you speak into the mic? They said they can't hear you.
Yeah, I'd try to move it a little bit closer. So I'm going to try to address some of those issues today, and I think we need to do that in each meeting so you don't have to wait, in fairness to you and everybody else who asked them. So there's a couple of things, and just bear with me because this is going to take a little bit of time, but this has pretty much ground this town to a halt with a lot of the misinformation that is out there. And we unfortunately have to redirect our efforts to that. So I'm going to read some things out of the charter to try to answer as many of those questions as I can. Section 4.6, powers and duties of the manager. The manager shall be the chief administrative officer of the town, shall supervise and be responsible for the administrative and financial affairs of the town, and shall carry out the policies enacted by the council. The manager shall be charged with the preservation of health, safety, and welfare of persons and property. And this is the next part that I want folks to pay attention to. And shall see to the enforcement of the ordinances of the town, this charter, and general state laws governing administration of the town. The manager shall supervise and direct the administration of the town departments and personnel therein. I emphasize that because when I came here, it was apparent that we were not following all the laws. When the legislature passed them, we shall carry them out. And I am charged with doing that. Nobody else in this charter is charged with doing that but me. And I'm going to do that as long as I am here. And I don't plan on going anywhere, just so we're all clear about that. I have no intention whatsoever of resigning because there's no good cause for me to do so. Now, when I say there are things that we're doing that don't follow, I'm not talking about public corruption where people are taking money. I have yet to see any of that. I've heard rumors about all that, but there is no evidence that I have seen in the 7 months I've been here to indicate that any previous town official or existing town official has done that. If I do get that, you can be assured I'm going to follow the policy that I wrote about how we're going to handle that and how we've been handling those, any types of complaints that come in. But in some cases, we aren't following the law and for whatever reason, and some people have, those who were here before, have taken that personally. I don't think they quite frankly they should. It is the person who's in this job to make sure that we follow the law, and that's what the charter says. Councilors are volunteers. Some of them have been here for years. I don't blame them. That's not my job to do that. My job is to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to be doing by the law, because that is what I am charged with. So the fire chief hiring process. I'm going to read a couple of sections out of the charter that pertain to that. This is 4.6, Section C. The manager shall fix the compensation of all town officers and employees appointed by the manager within the limits established by existing appropriations. When the voters vote on, when you say approve the contract, the voters do not approve contracts. They do not. They approve appropriations for the next year. These are 3-year contracts, and that is told to the voters, but they do not approve the language in the contract. They do not approve specific salary amounts for employees. That is not how it works. They approve X amount of dollars. There's a warrant article that says that. That's how that works. Section H, the manager shall set rules and regulations establishing a system of personnel administration known as the personnel plan. The personnel plan shall include provisions with regard to classification, compensation, selection, training, promotion, grievances, discipline, vacations, and it goes on. There's another section in 4.8. I'm going to read part of that. Non-interference with town administration. The council shall act in all matters as a body, except as expressly provided elsewhere in this charter. Neither the council nor even its members shall direct or request the appointment of any person to office
or employment, or direct the removal, suspension, discipline, adjustment in pay, benefits, or working conditions of any employee by the manager or any of the town department heads. That's what your charter says, and that's been in effect since 1996 when it was passed by the people. The fire chief hiring process. We conducted a hiring process which is consistent across New England and across the country. We used an outside firm to do that. As Kathy indicated, I'm not an expert on firefighting. I don't know how to do that. We had 4 fire chiefs that were part of that hiring process. They spent a day doing an assessment center. Some of the folks in our own department applied for that position. They went through that as well. Very comprehensive, because they do know what they're doing when it comes to firefighting. I do not. I don't pretend to. That's why I brought them in here to do that. And then there was a whole other process where they were interviewed by the senior staff at the town, including me and other members that we went through, and we asked them a number of questions to go through that process. Background investigations. There were essays that they had to do. There was formal interviews, phone interviews that they did, as well as online searches to find out more about these people. A very thorough process. And I implemented that process as soon as I got here. So that was a question that came up. When did I do that? And I made that change before, that change in salary. It's $165,242, by the way. And you've got my cell phone number. You can call me 24/7, and you have. So you know that you can reach out to me if you have questions. So I think it's important to clear that up. Now, during that process, that requires a confirmation of the town council, which the town council did unanimously. They asked what the salary was, and I provided it to them that night. So they're aware of that. And that is how the process works. That is how it's supposed to go. Why do they pay him $165? That's a fair question. When I looked at the qualifications of this fire chief who applied for the position, ultimately was hired, his qualifications deserve that level of pay. Our pay was not commensurate with the marketplace to be able to hire a qualified, trained person to do that. That's why I made that change. When I did that, there's a long history of doing that here, very long history. And it's been done as one-offs along the road, all along. For many, many years, that is what has occurred here. Because that's what the council needed to do in order to get trained, qualified people to fill these important jobs. As Kathy indicated, our firefighters deserve the best. They absolutely do. And that's what we're trying to do. And I think I've hired the best person for that job. Hopefully he still comes here in light of all of the controversy that we have here. So unfortunately, during that process, some of that information got leaked out, confidential information. When people apply with us, they do that in confidence, so they don't threaten their job where they are right now, because only one person's going to get that job. Unfortunately, that got leaked out. That's not right. It violates the law. It subjects this town to potential liability, because they could sue us if they lose the job where they are. Not fair. It has a chilling effect on anybody else who might apply for jobs in the future here, if this is how we're going to act. Not the way to do business, not appropriate, and you deserve better than that. So that's unfortunately what happened there. And I already talked about the wage adjustments, and I already talked about the way the charter allows for that. When I gave these increases, there's been so much talk about those, I don't give out gifts. These aren't party favors. We've got to be competitive to fill the positions that we have. In the past, it was done as one-offs. I looked at those. We did market analysis of each of those positions, and we're still not where the market is. But it's better than it was before, because we cannot afford to lose the trained, qualified people that we have, and we need to be able to attract new people to fill this job. And I'm doing that, and I'm staying within the budget that we have, because I have an obligation, as I read earlier, to do that. I want to talk about the veterans credit a little bit and go through that process just to make sure, because right now there's a lot of misinformation out there, whether that's by mistake or on purpose, I don't know. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but we need to clear the air on this. House Bill 99 was passed allowing for this. I remember watching the videos before I even got here about the importance of it and the discussions that occurred in this council chamber by members of the public who asked for this. When I got here, I had a discussion with Steve Hamilton, our assessor, and we talked about this, and there's a process. The process is this. The council has to adopt the changes. We met in July. We had 2 meetings on that. I was not at the first one. I was here for the public hearing on the second one. The council approved that. The effective date of that change was August. That's the effective date of adopting the change, which is required by the law. They did that. They did what the public asked them to do. That doesn't take effect until 2026. We're already in the middle of that tax year. That's why that happened. That is what the law says. And again, I'm going to carry that out. So you have to ask yourself, what would possibly motivate anybody in my position to do this, to try to stop that from occurring? As was indicated, yes, I am a veteran as well. Thousands of people went over there. Some of them did not come back. Most of them did not come back the same way they left. Probably most, if not all of them. Some of them have debilitating diseases, they have injuries, and they have mental health issues that don't allow them to function anymore, unfortunately. I was lucky. I don't have that. I'm not permanently disabled. But for those who do, if anybody thinks for a minute I don't have respect for them and I would not do anything for the people that I served with over there, people to my left and to my right, some of them did not come home, is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Moving on. The other false information is I gave myself a raise. Not true. And we had a public meeting on this where I talked about this, and I made sure that caveat was clear. There is money in the budget if the council chooses to do that. If I don't put money in the budget, they're not able to do that. I did not give myself a raise. When that information came out, and rightfully so, Mr. Belinsky and others asked the question, is this true? Good question to ask. Nothing wrong with that. The answer should have been, no, it's not true. Or, you know what, let me check and I will get back to you right away. That didn't happen. Not fair to you, not fair to anybody else. And now that lives out there and it has a life of its own. So I have not given myself a raise. These folks have not given me a raise because it's not even time to do that anyway. There is money in the budget. If they choose to give a raise, they may not do that. One of the cuts that I'm making, if we go to default budget, is my entire raise, so I don't get one. I'm not going to starve, folks, I can tell you right now. So I want to be clear about how that was handled. Old Home Day budget, Kathy, before you leave. Good. So I'll say it again, and it's been said a number of times. No cuts have been made to Old Home Day. I did not make any cuts in the budget that is in front of the council this very night, and neither have any of these folks either. The council has made no cuts. The budget committee has made no cuts to Old Home Day. It is fully funded, including fireworks, the police detail, the fire details. All of it is in the budget. What the council asked me to do is, what if we had to make $400,000 in cuts, where might those cuts be? Some of those, and a lot of that came, well, not a lot of it, but part of that came from Old Home Day. Let me finish what I'm saying. I have the floor right now. You had it before. It's my turn right now. So there's been a lot of discussion about how this nonprofit is illegal. Other communities have this. Allenstown, Pembroke, Old Home Day, they have a nonprofit that runs it. I just found out today from one of our budget committee members that actually Hudson has the same thing, and that's how they run it. We have a legal opinion on that was provided because of all this controversy. We had to spend, yes, more taxpayer dollars because the accusation was that we were doing something that was illegal. That legal opinion clearly indicates that we can do that, and it's an appropriate way to do business. So, the next thing I want to say is purchasing policy. There was an argument that the council acted illegally the other night when it made a change to lower the I had to get council approval for anything over $15,000 in any consultants. The council acted legally, and I said that, and I won't let you do things that are illegal. I will tell you if I think they are. You did what you're allowed to do. The reason why that is, we had Title VI, which is part of our municipal code. The policies were in Title VI. Policies should not be in code. On September 15th, the council removed all the policies and made them standalone policies. They are no longer in the municipal code. The way our charter reads, if you're going to make changes to the municipal code, it is done by ordinance, which requires a public hearing. When it comes to policy changes, because remember, that's now a policy, it is best practice, and most places do have a public hearing to get that input from the people we serve. But it is not a statutory requirement, and it's not a charter requirement. The council made a decision to make a decision for 2 weeks to give them time to make some permanent decisions. Nothing wrong with that. Perfectly legal. You acted appropriately. Because I've heard about that over the weekend. So the council's not acting rogue or doing things it shouldn't be doing. It was apparent when I came here that there are sides here. Not just two, there are many sides here. And politics is very personal, and people go after each other. It is not like this in every community, fortunately it's not like this in every community, but we have some of that. There's 27,000 plus people who live here. They deserve better than this. These personal feuds have taken priority over serving the people of this town. That is the prime directive. Somewhere in here, I guarantee you it says that. And if it doesn't, it should. That's what we're here for. We're not here for ourselves. We're supposed to be serving these people here. That's what I'm here to do. That's why you hired me to do that. And that's why they elected you to do that. We're not here for personal vendettas, and there's way too much of that in here. And it is holding up the ability of this town to move forward. That's incredibly unfortunate. I've heard this statement, Londonderry leads the way. Maybe it does. But I would also ask you to think about this. Is that the most important thing? Is it not more important that we are actually here to provide the best service to these people, not to say we're the best or the leader for everybody else? I think that's probably less important to the people we serve. They want us to do the best job we can and minimize the impact on their taxes. That is what we're supposed to be doing here. At least I think so, although that's not what it says. Leading the way is great. You're going to ask yourself, are we leading the way right now? If we are, great. If we're not, then if that is the objective, then we need to work on that. But part of this going after each other is not going to get us there. It just isn't going to happen. The council and the manager have to work together. This whole system of government is designed for us to work together as a team. When we don't do that, we're not serving them. They pay a lot of money for us to do that. You don't get paid anything. They pay me $178,000 a year. That's, in case you didn't know, my contract is on the website. That's what they pay me to do that. So my job is to help you do that and to work with you. And I need you to work with me. And if we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to fail these people who we are here to serve. So I think it was important to try to clear up some of these things. I'm in hopes that it can change, but that's not up to me. That's up to everybody else to decide they're going to play their part and do what they need to do. But we can have this game of Monday Night Gotcha constantly. And I'm not sure that's going to get this town any place where it needs to be. You've been in 2 years of turmoil between managers, and the ball isn't getting moved forward. I would suggest it's time to move it forward, because I think they want us to do that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Is it quick, Yank?
Oh, no, it's not quick. And I'm going to speak on this. I want my time. I was not aware that Mr. Mulholland was going to, but I want to address the citizens of Londonderry. This past week, I have heard from many people concerned about how business is being conducted up here. I have heard the concerns about the attacks on the town manager by some citizens and elected officials. After the recent, you can stick around, Kathy. After the recent development at the library, with the director resigning and moving to another job, I feel the need to address some of the issues. First, I want to thank Sandy Legue that addressed the council last week at the public comment. She was right on what her comments and inspired me to do this today. Last year, the previous council finally decided to advertise for a new town manager. Some people thought they should have waited until a new council was seated, but they did not. They held interviews early in the morning. And yes, I was there to greet them before they went in non-public and hours later when they would come out. I was there waiting. I had concerns on some of the candidates because I had heard we're applying, and I personally felt citizens of this community deserve much better. I do not know if showing up at these meetings made a difference, but I do know Mr. Mulholland was interviewed out of town, and I was not around on the secret interview. I knew nothing about Mr. Mulholland. I learned about his hire when the council released it to everyone prior to the elections for town council taking place last year. After I was elected to the council, I get a text from Mr. Mulholland asking me if he could come down and sit down and introduce himself to me, and we could talk. I said I would like that because I knew nothing about him. I had asked to see his resume, and I was denied by the acting town administrator at the time. He immediately sent me his resume, and we met, and I had a very interesting meeting. We talked about what we could do for Londonderry, and I provided him much history about our community. Living here 46 years, I have a lot of history. I was not part of the hiring process, and I have no idea what he was told to do once he started work here. I will tell you that the town manager works for the residents of Londonderry at the direction of the town council. That brings me to the word direction. I have asked the chair and council members on 5 separate occasions about the council sitting down with the town manager to discuss his vision for Londonderry. What direction are we headed? And does this vision align with the members of the council? And is it the best thing for Londonderry? I have been told by the chair and vice chair we cannot because of 91As, etc. I do not believe this to be true. And I have stated this. Just look at the school board. They go in non-public. They discuss personnel issues all the time. Previous town councils used this to do this. Do the same thing. How are we as a council supposed to give the town manager guidance for him to succeed? Since 1980, I have attended meetings, and when I did, we had a town administrator, a board of selectmen. Back then, the town was much smaller. The selectmen hired, fired, set compensation, and did a lot of the duties the town manager now does under the charter. March 1, 1996, the voters adopted the town charter. The voters of this town decided to change the form of government. As a result, that changed the town manager's responsibility and the town council responsibilities, which are clearly stated in the town charter. There is a section, 4.8, non-interference with town administration. The council shall act in all matters as a body, except as expressly provided elsewhere in this charter. Neither the council nor any of its members shall direct or request the appointment of any person or office or employment or direct the removal, suspension, discipline, adjustment in pay, benefits, or working conditions of any employee by the manager or any of the town departments. Article 4 clearly states the powers and duties of the town manager. Section 4.6C states the manager shall fix compensation of all town officers and employees appointed by the manager with the limits established by the existing appropriations. Section 46.B, appointment of officers and employees who reportedly direct to the manager shall be subject to confirmation by the majority of the town council. Questions and concerns were brought up last week about the new fire chief, if the council was aware and if he was qualified. Mr. Mulholland came to Londonderry, and unfortunately our fire chief resigned. Chief Bo Butler, you were and still are amazing, and I wish you had stayed on. But I understand now why you did and what you did. When I came to the council, I inquired, what is being done to appoint a fire chief? Londonderry Fire Department had an acting fire chief. All the council members were made aware of some issues within the fire department. Council members stated to me, you have no idea how bad it is over there. We need to go on the outside to hire a fire chief. That was a big issue for Mr. Mulholland to get resolved. He informed the board that he was going to hire MRI, which is an organization of professionals within that field, to advertise, review the candidates, and conduct the entire process that would take place to help find the most qualified candidate. Nobody objected, and we went through the process, and we had some internal candidates go through the process as well. We met in non-public, and he informed us of the candidate and the next steps that would take place. As you all heard a resident at public comment last week questioning the selection, I'm concerned that somehow this information from the non-public leaked out of confidential meeting, as you all heard. Now, I'm asking this board to investigate this clear violation concerning the leaking of information from a non-public that was sealed. As stated in section 4.6b, the candidate was confirmed by the council by a majority vote. During this entire process, the town manager kept the council informed, and the charter was followed. As for the compensation issue, again, the town charter is clear on this, and the town manager did not violate the charter. As one counselor, I want to thank you for everything you did to find us the best leader to lead our amazing men and women of the fire department and provide the best service for our community. I want to talk about the wage adjustment attacks. The council does not set the wages, as stated in the charter. The town manager does. I want to point out that the council that hired Mr. Mulholland looked at several candidates, and when they settled on hiring him, they went beyond the budgeted amount that they had set and approved. Prior to Mr. Mulholland starting work here, the acting town manager hired an executive assistant. The amount was budgeted for $67,000, and he hired the person at $76,000. This was not approved by the council, and we were never informed of this, and nobody questioned it. We have individuals that have been promoted, and some given responsibilities with the adjustments that he made. I recall in my career when I worked in another municipality, I gave my notice, and the chief and mayor asked me to stay on if I would be promoted to sergeant. I asked if I was going to receive additional pay for the increase in responsibilities, and I was told no. They could not do that, but they would give me a rank. Well, my parents raised me to be much smarter, to evaluate everything when making a decision that impacts your livelihood. And I left there for a better opportunity. I came to Londonderry. Did the town manager make some wage adjustments? Yes, he did, to stay competitive and to retain people that we have paid to train and that have institutional knowledge. Prior to the town manager starting his job here, we had a vacant town engineer position for over 3 years that the town could not fill. The DPW is at full staff, the first time in many years. The charter clearly states he has the authority to adjust pay, section 4.8. The council shall act in all matters as a body, except as expressly provided elsewhere in this charter. Neither the council nor any of its members shall direct or request appointment of any person or office or employment or direct the removal, suspension, discipline, adjustment in pay, benefits, or working conditions of any employee by the manager or any of the town departments. Have adjustments made like this in the past? Yes, they have. The difference here is that he has done it across the board, and this was done to be fair with all employees. That it impacted, not a select few. A few years ago, a department head and town manager gave medical benefits to 3 part-time employees after the taxpayers were told there would be no benefits. They ignored the other part-time employees in the town. Was that fair? No. And I asked about it, and nothing was done. Being a municipal employee is not an easy thing. The public gets to comment on your benefits, your pay, and everything you do. And if they do not like it, some people go online and attack them. I lived it. I'm speaking out on behalf of all our staff. Last year, our finance director was repeatedly attacked and blamed for issues with the fire department. I don't care. I'm surprised he is still here. Why take such public abuse? He is doing his job, and he does it very well. I want to share one very simple example, how our finance director looks at things to save our taxpayers money. When a position is vacant, he has 3 options to put a number. He can put a number on it. 1, he can budget low. 2, he can budget in the medium, or he can budget the highest scale. He budgets the salary at the medium level, not the highest scale. I asked him, Justin, why do you do that? He said, if I put the higher scale and the person is not hired and paid at the higher scale, we are overtaxing the resident. Wow, he doesn't want to overtax the residents. Now that he is being financially responsible with the taxpayers' money, I have seen people come and go working in this community. And let me tell you, we have lost some real good ones because of the attacks and the abuse they encounter. If you work for any private company, whether it's Fidelity, General Electric, any of them, your pay, your benefits, your job performance doesn't get aired out in public for people to comment on, and in some cases attack. My last thing, I want to talk about our town manager. As I stated earlier, this board has never sat down with you and discussed what your goals or what your vision is for Londonderry. What direction are we headed? What issues do we need to address? And does your vision align with what is best for this community? I was not part of the hiring process. I didn't hire you, and I do not know what they told you or what they wanted to see you do or get accomplished when you came here. From what I have seen, there has never been any direction, and when the council came on board, we have never had an opportunity to do that with you as a full council. Now you and I have regular sit-downs, phone conversations, and you have been an open book with me. We discuss the policies and procedures that are outdated and in some cases violate state law or our charter. I just learned that in 2005, the Supreme Court struck down a recall provision in Seabrook's town charter, ruling that the legislature did not provide towns with the authority to include recall and removal procedures in their charters. We have this in our charter. And since 2005, nobody has addressed this. We talk about traffic congestion. And like anything, talk is cheap and action is what is needed. Mr. Town Manager, you have attended the traffic safety committees. You have formed a working group off of that look at the issues and formulate a plan to help the citizens of this community. You have asked me that I sit in it, and I have taken that time to do that. And I have seen firsthand the wonderful first things that you are doing for our community. I will tell you, the citizens of Londonderry, that in my 46 years in this community, I have never seen a person come in and take action and try to resolve all our issues. You immediately moved to Londonderry, owning a home here, and became vested in doing what you believe is right for Londonderry. You are looking at how development is going to impact the community, not just today, but what is the potential impact down the road? And you're looking to minimize the financial impact on the taxpayer of this community. We have a lot going on, and I could go on and on about the positive things you have done and want to continue doing. I have heard people attacking you and ask you to resign, and I'm sorry that you and your family must be subjected to that. The political environment is awful in this community. I ran for office as myself and not connected to any side. I have always spoken up for what I believe is the right thing for Londonderry, and I will continue to do that. I hear the word control. You must control him. I am not looking to control our town manager. I want to work with him. I think we have a very good working relationship that I would like to continue building and moving Londonderry in a positive direction. I will tell you that as one counselor, I do not want you to resign. And I will tell you that you are the best thing that has happened to this community in a very, very long time. Do we disagree? Oh, yeah, we disagree. We do, and that is good thing, because if you were just a yes, yes person, I would have a major problem with that. I will tell you that if I do not agree with you with something, and if you do something wrong, I will expect you to do the same thing. You say, and I quote, "I work for you." And my response has always been, no, we work for the citizens of this community together to do what is best for this community. People say Londonderry leads the way. Well, I can tell the citizens of this community, Londonderry has not led the way in a very, very long time. And we have many things that need to be fixed. And I believe Mr. Mulholland, with the support of the town council, will bring us there. Thank you, Mr. Mulholland. I apologize if this was long, but I feel this needed to be said. I am not going to sit quiet anymore. I am going to speak up. Thank you.
Good, Sean.
So I promise to be more respectful of your time. I only have a couple things. There were some things in there that are true. There's some things that are not true. I'm not going to go through 20 minutes of stuff and address it. Just one of the things is that we can't sit together as a council. And since you brought up the chair and vice chair, we can in a non-public. And it was never told to you any other way. We cannot sit together as a council and just discuss and sit in Sean's office and do that. That's just not possible under the law. As far as guidance being clear to the town manager, I think each and every one of us meets with the town manager on a regular basis. As you said, you meet with them too as well. I think that we've clearly outlined our desires for this town. I do also believe that you actually disclosed some non-public information that occurred in the non-public. I'm not going to go into that in your speech. And then just as far as the percent raises, I think that there's a lot of people that are unhappy with the percent of raises. And I'm not here to publicly make a speech against what Sean did or even go at Sean for this. I'm just saying that there are people who are publicly doing that. And I think it's our job as a council to oversee, not agree with every single thing, but to argue back and forth and to come up with a good conclusion. I think that's something we'll actively work on with him to try to get in line so it benefits the people of this community. I just wanted to correct a couple of those things. That's all I've got to say. I'm not going to go on further.
I just want to make one more comment, and my comment is, I get the comments from the public all the time. They see how this board is divided. They see that there are 3 individuals on this board that have already predetermined on a lot of things that go on. Right. And I just want to make that very clear. And Sean, we can go back and forth. I did not release anything. Somebody released that because Ms. Wagner got up there and talked about the fire chief.
All right, we're going to move on. All right, we have a public hearing scheduled to receive public input, discuss, and act upon the acceptance of unanticipated revenue. Mr. Speltz and Marge are here. Thank you for your patience through that. Mike, if you want to give your presentation, and then we'll bring it back to the council, and then we'll open for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be very brief. Mike Speltz, 18 Sugar Plum Lane, representing the Conservation Commission. In early 2023, the town was fortunate enough to get a $500,000 grant from the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund to acquire the Lithia Spring property. It's 54 acres, great natural resources, great history. And we were required as a condition of that grant to put up a sign, which seemed like a pretty simple task. We submitted the sign that was generously drafted by David Ellis, and it turned out that it's not what they were looking for. This was a a representative of the historical division up at the state, and we were required to get a professional sign. Not that David Ellis isn't very professional, but that's what they wanted. So basically, we said, well, we don't have the money for that, and they worked with us on it, and we received an additional $30,000 to get this sign drafted, historical research done, then fabricate the signs, 2 signs actually, and then install them. So we can now do that. It's going to make for a showcase of a historical site in the state of New Hampshire, I think. That's certainly the goal of the Historic Division. So we were happy to work with them and shoot for a higher level of showmanship, I guess. So that's what the motion here is for, to just accept that $30,000 grant. We have a preliminary bid from a firm that is going to do that work, and it falls underneath the $30,000. So I think we should be in good shape and be able to fulfill our obligation and make Lithia Spring a real showcase.
Excellent. Any questions from the council? I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to comment on Lithia Springs? Come on up. Good evening, Ann.
I was going to say good morning.
Oh, yeah.
Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive. I was wondering if I could ask Mr. Speltz a question.
Yeah, it's a public hearing, yeah.
I remember going down with you to Londonderry Lithia Springs and walking around the property, and that the causeway that links where the bottling plant was and Route 102, basically, that area, was going to be bifurcated, I guess.
Removed would be a good word.
The
But
whole yeah.
the southern 2/3.
Right. And is that still happening?
That has happened. Happened this August.
Okay, well, I can't complain now that you already did it, but it was, that was, I just want to mention about the causeway. It was the roadway that took sorry, I'm tired, took the wagons with the barrels of Lithia water to Nashua to be bottled. That was the roadway portion of it. And I hated, as somebody who's involved in the history of this town, I hated to see that happen. I was hopeful that they could maybe change their mind, but it didn't happen. But I just want to make sure people know about that area and what it was used for before it, or is noted in some way on the property.
Right, well, it certainly will be, because one of those 2 signs they just talked about is going to be at the end of the existing part of the causeway, explaining what this causeway is, why it was there, and pretty much exactly what you just described.
Okay.
We found ourselves in the middle of a battlefield between the Army Corps, who wanted more wetlands, and the Historic Division, who wanted more history, and we were over a period of about 18 months of negotiation, came up with the idea of restoring or keeping the top, I would say the northern 1/3 of the causeway, and then taking out the other 2/3. The problem was the causeway was slammed right through the middle of a valuable wetland.
Right.
And by taking a little bit of it, or a fair amount of it out, we were able to get the flow to go back in between those 2 wetlands, and that's really how we got the good points on the proposal to get the $500,000.
Yep.
But that just leaves no access point to get to Route 102, that area from the springs.
Yeah, that was another consideration, is which end to come from, but we didn't want people parking on 102. That would have been
Like
a
I
safety.
used to always do.
Yeah, same way.
But is a question on High Range Road, is there a parking area for
No,
cars?
We, as a part of the purchase, we have another piece of land, if you know where the fence company, used to
Yep.
be a fence company,
Yep.
now it's a landscaping company,
Yep.
little triangle that we hope to work with DPW to create a parking area similar to what we did over on Kendall Pond.
Okay,
So that'll be the parking area, and then we're going to build a trail that goes from the parking area to the spring.
thank you.
Yep.
I'm glad.
Any other questions on Lithia Spring? Yeah, come on up, Ray.
Ray Brosnan, 3 Gary Drive. I just want to comment that I think Lithia Springs is very important, both as a wetland and as a historic site. And I think it's great that they were able to get this grant money for the signs. And I think the access to it might be of concern, but I think you mentioned there's going to be some parking area to get in there. And beyond that, I just think that natural resources in this town is very important, and that we need to really look at that, looking forward to our master plan and so forth. Natural resources, wetland is important, forest land is important, and then when you think about what the impact is cost-wise to maintain something like that, I mean, you can have a forest fire in protected forest wetland and so forth, but not a lot. We're not going to have a lot of DPW cost, or for that matter, school cost. And so wetland has a lot of benefit. And so I appreciate what the Conservation Commission is doing, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
No, thank you, Ray. Anybody else to speak on Lithia Springs? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean, second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Bring it back to the council.
Yes. Mr. Speltz, for people here and at home who may not know the actual location of where this will be, can you give a better understanding for people?
Yep. So if you know where the big flea market is on 102, it's if you're coming out of town and heading toward Hudson, right before you get to the flea market, there's a power line and a forested area, and that it's in that area there, 54 acres. Another way to think of it is if you know where the Nesson-Cake Brook flows underneath, I guess it's Parmenter Road at that point, and then on off into a wetland. It's the land south of the brook.
And you were describing a sign. Can you describe what will be on the sign for people here and at home? Better?
No, we're going to spend big dollars trying to figure out
$30,000
what's
for a
going
sign,
on.
that sounds like a lot.
But
yeah.
obviously, the sign will summarize the history of the site. What was Lithia Spring Water Company? Why were they there? How did it get there? And then the other sign will explain what's the causeway, why is it there, where does it lead to?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, I will propose a motion. I move to adopt Resolution 2026-01, accepting unanticipated revenue in the amount of $30,000 pursuant to RSA 31:95-B, Section 3, Part A, from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Aquatic Resource Migration Fund Program for the Lithia Springs Conservation and Restoration Project, and to authorize the town manager to execute all documents necessary to accept and administer the grant.
Second.
Motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Mike, thank you for all your help.
Thank you, Mr.
doing
Chair.
this.
Thank you, members of
Appreciate
council.
it. Up next, we have a public hearing on the budget, and I believe, Mr. Mahalan, you wanted to start off?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like the presentation, you have seen this before,
Yep.
but this is a public hearing. Well, you'll see it again on the 19th as well.
Yep.
So my plan was to go through that and deal with the operating budget proposed, and then go line by line for each of the warrant articles, provide an explanation for each one of those, And I don't know if that's how you'd like to do it, and if you'd like to open up the public in between that, public hearing on that, or if you want to wait till the end once we've done all the presentation, which may be the best way to do that.
I think at the end, we'll,
Okay.
you present your stuff, and then we'll open public, they can talk about anything.
We'll go through each
Yep.
one of those methodically, and then you'll have that. Okay. So again, you've seen this slide before. This is the population and growth of the town. We're at 27,101 people, according to the estimates of the state of New Hampshire of state planning. That makes us the ninth largest community in this state, and it is growing at, as we all know, at a fairly rapid pace. And then the rest of the information you can read for yourself. I'm not going to go into that. This is just a chart that shows that population growth, and also a trend line to show what that looks like over the last several years, and what it potentially could look like moving forward with the trend line. Again, it's available for people to look at on the website. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. This document, the purpose of this is to try to show you how your tax dollar is spent. The county is about 4%. The statewide education property tax is 7.5%. The municipal or town portion is 24.4%. This is again for the 2025 budget that you're in, that you had passed, that we're operating on right now until June 30th. And the school is 64.1%. So that's how the breakup of that. Again, you've seen this before. And I also did this chart for the 2024 property tax rate comparison. I did this because we didn't have, at the time, the 2025 tax rate. You can take a look at that, and you can see that, where there are communities that are much higher. We're in the lower range of that. It gives you that breakdown. And then I also added the 2025 property tax comparison. And again, you can see where we are at 1447. The communities that are below us are Wyndham at 1415 and Litchfield at 1420. And the rest are all above, and some of them are significantly above us in the communities around us. Just so that we have at least some degree of benchmarking to the extent that it's an apples-to-apples comparison, and it clearly is not. Consumer Price Index, this is a chart that's normally provided with a budget. Because we have revals every 2 years, it makes it look like the taxes went down. They actually didn't. Everybody knows that. The rate went down, yes, but the revals, and I think everybody is painfully aware of what a revaluation has done, especially to residential properties, because of the marketplace. So even though it shows like the tax rate went down, it did go down, but the amount of money that people paid, especially residential property owners, clearly went up. And depending on what type of house that you had in the marketplace, that rate was different. And then the budget history, I just provided that. Again, you can look at that. It's on the website. It's in the packet. Tax rate factors. When it comes to setting the tax rate, it's based on the appropriations that are set at town meeting. Revenues other than property taxes, like rooms and meals tax and other fees that we bring in. Fund balance used to reduce the tax rate. The assessed valuation, and we added $70 million in new assessed valuation last year as part of the tax rate setting process. That's quite a bit for a town even of our size. Overlay is the amount of money that we actually raise taxes on to be able to offset any abatements. And the worst service tax credits are those that we provide to veterans, as we talked about earlier. And then again, it shows you a chart of that breakdown of the tax rate. Strategic budgeting. The town is undergoing, at the direction of the council, the development of a strategic plan. Most communities don't have that. They have a master plan, which is land use and transportation and a variety of other areas, but it has something, and that's a 10 to 30-year plan. We're developing what's called a strategic plan, which is more operationally based, and it looks at the next year and the 2 years after that. The goal of that is for the governing body to give direction to staff and to boards and committees as to where the town should be going. We've already had public engagement sessions. We've met with all the board. We're finishing up all the boards and committees, and the departments all provided input. We have more community engagement sessions coming up, and those are being publicized to take that input as to what the priorities should be for the town, what the objectives should be for the town. In some cases, departments have business plans. Our departments don't have them yet, but that's something that we'll be working on because they should have individual business plans for their own operation. Performance measurement. That's something that we're not presently doing. Benchmarking and seeing if we're actually doing the things that we're spending money on. Are we achieving the objectives? Are we making any progress? Or are we just spending money with no end result at the end of the day? That's part of strategic budgeting. Analysis and evaluation, we should be looking at that. If we're spending X amount of money, we expect a certain return on that investment. If it's not achieving that, why is it not doing that? And we don't just keep spending money on that. We look at doing it differently to achieve that objective. That's how I'm proposing that we change our budgeting process as we move forward. And I've been working with the council on that to have those discussions. And again, with the other boards and committees and staff, and now the general public. There'll be 2 workshops in April to go over the strategic plan that will be forecasting for the next year. And then hopefully the council will approve that after a public hearing, yet another public hearing on the matter in the month of May to kick off the budget process. That is the goal, that is the plan, unless something changes, that's what we're on track to do. Budget objectives: achieve the town's strategic objectives when those are fully developed and determined. Fund critical capital improvements projects and maintain quality service levels to meet the public's expectations. The challenges. This is no surprise to anybody in this room. Affordable housing is a challenge for everybody. Inflation, traffic congestion and traffic safety. We did a study, a survey as part of the master plan study. That was one of the top items that was brought up and discussed. Growth in population, another top item that our citizens were concerned about. Safe drinking water and protection of natural resources. This is what the survey told us by very high numbers. And again, I'm not going to go through this. You can see that. Again, it's on the website. I talked about that. This is the survey results. Same thing about natural resources. Long-term financial plan. Utilize the unassigned fund balance to offset the cost of capital projects, which is something you have been doing for quite some time. Pay as you go, utilizing cash to pay for projects and equipment and capital reserve funds. This town, if we're leading the way, this is an example of leading the way, because you have been doing that right. You've been setting that example, and in the best interest, I think, of the people who live here. Maintain the policy, no longer utilize unassigned fund balance to artificially hedge the tax rate. That the council is not committed to at this point. Update the debt management policy and strategy. Operating budget history, again, you can read those numbers there. There's always a question that comes up, and this actually, the data is actually a little bit old, and those numbers are much better than what they are in this slide, but whether people are actually able to pay their taxes. And as you can see in 2025, and again, this is several months old now, more people have come in to pay their taxes. The tax levy was $51,189,205, because you can't see that from where you are. At that time, we had $950,283 that had not been paid yet. Very, very high tax collection rate. And again, that number is much lower than that now because more people have come in to pay their taxes. That is not to say that it's not challenging for some people in our community to pay their taxes. Clearly it is. Clearly it is. New Hampshire is one of the states that has the highest property taxes in the nation. At one time, we were number 1. We beat out New Jersey. New Jersey's back at number 1 again. Good for them. Property taxes. We used a house to try to make sense of this and that normal people would understand. I tried to do that. Taxes paid on a $634,700 home. That's what it was before the revaluation. After the revaluation, that home was assessed at $770,000. As you can see, a rather large jump on this particular house. We looked at what the taxes were paid on that house. In 2021, they paid $2,261, and you can see the chart again. It's on the website. And there was a big increase with this revaluation here based upon that change and appropriations that were made during the last budget process. So it went from $2,392 to $2,720 on the municipal portion of the tax rate only, not the school, not the county, not the statewide education project, just on the municipal portion. This is a real house. This property owner paid that much of an increase. And as you can see, the increases were small or actually reductions in the previous years. But there was a significant increase going into 2025. You people are painfully aware of that. For FY 2027, the budget we're talking about, the estimated municipal portion of that 2026 tax bill for the $770,500 home proposed budget would result in an increase of $192 more than FY 2026 that we're on right now, a 25-cent increase on the tax rate. For every cent on the tax rate represents $7.70 more that property owner has to pay for their home. If it was reduced by $400,000, they would pay $146 more, or 17 cents more on the tax rate in their FY 2026 taxes. If the default budget passes, they'll pay $100 more, or 11 cents more on the municipal portion of their taxes. Not the school, not the county. The FY 2027 budget is $48,474,900, which is a 7.2% increase, representing $3.2 million more than the FY 26 budget that we're presently on at $45.2 million. The FY 27 budget is $47.5 million, which is 5.2% higher than the FY 26 budget. The FY 27 projected tax rate increase is 25 cents per thousand on the municipal portion only. Cost drivers: wages, $1.4 million increase. Benefits, including health and dental insurance, $605,000 more. Retirement system payments, $290,000 more. Solid waste collection and disposal, $432,000 more. IT software and other management services, $280,000 more. These cost increases represent just over $3 million, 94% of the $3.2 million increase in the FY 2027 budget. This is a chart that shows you how your tax dollars are spent on, per department. I'll let you look at that because you can't read from there probably anyway. I can't because I'm old. FY 2027 revenues, it gives you a picture of that with a pie chart. Try to graphically depict that. Again, you can look at that on the website. Unless there's any particular questions, we can certainly go over that when the public portion of this is opened up. All right. Do we have the warrant articles that we can pull up? Okay. So even though some of these are not related to the budget, I'll just talk about them briefly. And we'll talk about number 2 a little bit later in the agenda, so I'm not going to go over that one again. And then there's a charter, again, the charter amendment. Again, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, so I won't get into that here. I've been asked, and this is another agenda item, and I'm going to go over that in detail, so I'm not going to talk about it right now. But we'll go over that, and that's scheduled for a public hearing in the budget if it's moved to the ballot on next week, on the 19th. So I'm not going to spend time on that right at this agenda item. Town clerk benefits. Again, there's not it's not part of. There's no appropriation for this. This is something that I asked the council to move forward. It's to deal with the clerk's position. There's 2 ways in which the town clerk can receive a salary increase. One is by an independent warrant article every year, and that can be done. That's one option. The other option is to put money and make it very clear in the budget that that is for the increase for the clerk, which is exactly what we had done. We broke that out within the budget. And yes, I know there are a million lines in that budget, and try to find that. When I explain this at the deliberative session, assuming the council moves it to that, I will go into the details about that and why we're doing that, why I'm proposing to be done. But again, there's no appropriation in this warrant article, so I'm not going to spend, this is a public hearing on the budget. Unless there's questions, I'll be glad to answer them. The operating budget, I just went through that. Construction of the school district office building, we're going to go through that in the 19th. The school district, my partners in the school district are going to be here in our team, and we're going to make a full presentation. We've made it before, a couple of times already. We're going to make it again on the 19th.
Can I jump in real there?
Yeah.
So this one previously was town offices. However, per the request of the budget committee and town council, we moved it to school district offices to clarify across the board for everybody, just in case anybody's wondering why there was a change.
Yeah.
The expendable maintenance trust fund, in the amount of $200,000, $100,000 that would come from unassigned fund balance, and the rest of it would be raised in property taxes, is the way it's being proposed. A little bit too fast. And that represents a 0.3 cent increase on the tax rate. The roadway maintenance capital expendable trust fund, again, that's for the maintenance of our roadway system here in the town. That's $650,000, and it represents an 8.6 cent increase on the tax rate. I can certainly go into that, but I think most people understand. You've had it for quite some time. You understand what it is, but I'll be glad to elaborate further if necessary. Fire truck capital equipment reserve fund. As you know, we've got several pieces of expensive equipment. We have ambulances that need to be replaced. Again, I can go into detail on that, but you've seen this before, and that is a 0% increase in the tax rate because that's coming out of unassigned fund balance. And fire department capital, that's $800,000, and this one is partially from unassigned fund balance and partially to be raised in additional taxes, $250,000, and that represents a 3.3 cent increase in the tax rate if it is approved by the voters. Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, this is not a new one. It has been here for quite some time, and that increase represents we have to replace our what's commonly known as an ERP program, but it's our financial software program for normal human beings that don't know ERP, as most people do not. That's our finance program. We're using New World, which is not new, it's old. In fact, it's outdated, and they're no longer selling it to anybody, and they're no longer going to serve it at some point. Right now, they are providing service to it, security patches, so as long as they do that, we can continue to operate it. We're the only one, I believe, left in New Hampshire that still has it. We have to replace it. The time it takes to do that is 18 months to 2 years, and we're on borrowed time. Without that, Justin has to take off his boots, and he has to start counting with his toes and his fingers. And the numbers are pretty high, so he's going to get real tired real quick. So that's got to be replaced. And this is the money to help us do that. Okay. Pillsbury Cemetery, this is, an existing capital reserve fund for $300,000, and that represents 4 cents on the tax rate if money is put in there to do that. And then the Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund, again, you're familiar with these, and that's $75,000 for that. And that represents a 1 cent increase on the tax rate.
Mr. Mulholland, I
Yes.
just wanted to correct you. I think you misspoke by accident. You had said 400,000 for the cemetery.
You're right. It's $75,000. You're right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Recreation Capital Reserve Fund, $25,000. Again, you already have this existing capital reserve funds to put money in to do that, and that's coming out as being proposed to come out of unassigned fund balance, which represents no increase on the tax rate. Oops. Capital Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, $32,500 for public education. I think everybody's familiar with the TV program that operates there, and that comes out of the franchise fee that's paid by subscribers. So that's what's proposed for that one. The others are new. So, Article number 16, establish and fund a capital reserve fund for transportation, and it outlines the statute. So this is creating it for the first time, and that's being proposed at $500,000. The purpose of that, there's been different talk about what the town's plans are to deal with traffic issues. There really aren't any plans to fix in terms of dealing with these intersection problems and the traffic congestion problems. We're working on that. As Councilor Bouchard indicated, we have been down an engineer for 3 years. We have one engineer who's been doing the best he can with very high expectations that he was going to accomplish all of those things, which were very unrealistic. And no human can do that. But he's tried to do the best he can. But we don't have a good plan. We don't have a pavement management plan that's being worked on right now. And we don't have any plan to deal with these intersection issues that are our town roads. That needs to change. We need to deal with this congestion issues. We don't have good data. We need data collection devices to do that. The purpose of this capital reserve fund is to be able to collect that data, do the appropriate studies, and you may have heard in the past, we've had discussions with developers. My expectation is they should pay the lion's share of those costs. And whatever's left after studies and things of that nature, I want to be able to use as matching funds towards these projects. That's why this is being established. The agents to expend of the town council, they make that determination. There are opportunities that come up during the year. We have to have funds to be able to do that. This is what I'm proposing to be done to accomplish that task. It was one of the top priority issues that our residents brought up in the survey. I'm looking at the things they asked of us, and this is one of those, and this is how I'm proposing that we do that. And that's all coming from unassigned fund balance with no increase in the tax rate. Establish and fund Water System Capital Reserve Fund under RSA 35-1. The town has been fortunate, and there's been a lot of people, the Utilities Committee in particular, working on getting those funds. Chairman Dunn, who is a state rep, has also worked very hard and was able to secure a lot of those funds, along with the Utilities Committee. And the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, who represent our town, have been very vocal and have done a lot of work to get us the funds that we have. The commissioner sent me a text the other day and reminded me that the state has provided $50 million to this town to deal with water issues, more than any other town in the state. So there's been a lot of commitment for that. But there's also a realization that money is running out. And we got that message loud and clear in the last 2 weeks. The grants are going to dry up, and that's going to require us to take low-interest loans. That requires debt. We don't have a water system that we own ourselves. We can't recoup that in water fees like most communities will do because they own their own waterworks. We don't. The only way to borrow that money is on the backs of property taxpayers, which is not the plan. And was not the plan that the council was planning on operating on. The expectation is we were going to get grants. But the federal government has signaled that they're not going to be providing those anymore. It's going to be very tough over the next several years, and it's going to require loans. I did send messaging out to the council and the Utilities Committee that we're going to have to look at our strategy and consider what we're going to do next. The purpose of this is to provide some matching money for what would hopefully be grants, and also being able to do the necessary engineering studies to move forward and get the next legs of that. As you know, we've just built a water line on High Range Road with grant money that was fought hard to get by the officials I just told you about. And it looks like we may have enough to be able to go from Royal to Alexander and then go beyond that potentially and start going east. West, St. Gobain is responsible for hooking up those neighborhoods and those households. But we think we're going to have enough money in those previous appropriations and authorizations to be able to go east and deal with some of those neighborhoods that have very high concentrations of PFAS. There's another warrant article that's going to, hopefully the voters will authorize us to use what money we have left over to be able to do that. That's what that is for. The Water Special Assessment District. I'm proposing this, that the town of Londonderry has never had a special assessment district. Other communities have used this, and I'm proposing to do it in a slightly different way. Normally what you would have is you might have an industrial park, you might have some public improvements that are going to go on in a certain area, and there's a special assessment in that particular area that's added to the property taxes of those property owners that benefit directly from the public improvements that are being made. I'm proposing a slightly, well, that's quite a bit of a different twist on that. What I'm proposing is that the projects that we have provide the water line and they provide the lateral, the curb stop right to the edge of the property. Right now, it is up to the property owner to take it from that edge to get it into their house. Some houses are closer to the street than others. Some have ledge, some do not. Right now, they have to do that on their own. As we heard tonight, there are programs to provide some funding to be able to do that. But in some cases, it doesn't cover all of that. So what I'm proposing is a voluntary program that we use some of our cash reserves, and we establish this special assessment district for those who wish to use that money to be able to make those improvements to their property, but they are required to pay us back. It'll either be a no-interest loan or a low-interest loan to do that. That's what I'm proposing to do. These folks had their property contaminated not by their own fault, by actions of others, which, quite frankly, St. Gobain should be held responsible for, but it's not working out that way for those people to the east of High Range Road and other parts of our town. So this is an innovative way to try to do that. So I'm proposing to use $400,000 of unassigned fund balance to be able to create, in essence, a fund to be able to allow people, if they choose to, once they've already exhausted the other opportunities in the state programs, to be able to extend that with either no interest or low interest. That'll be up to the council when they actually create the district if the appropriation is approved. And they were the agents to expend those funds. Fire department. Recently we had a study of our fire department in regards to its ability to be able to handle the call volume. The evidence is clear and convincing to me that the call volume for the fire department is going like this. No big surprise. Our community is getting older, and our population is growing. It needs to be addressed. This was a priority, in my view, that needed to be addressed. We've got to start dealing with this. We cannot add 8 firefighters or whatever number. We just can't afford to do that. We've got to do it in an incremental approach and allow the growth in the tax, the assessment of the community to try to catch up with that. But we can't do nothing. Well, we can, but that's unwise, and people are going to suffer that. I work in this building every day, and if you sit up here, you can hear all day long those sirens going. You can see those ambulances running back and forth every day, all day long. We've got to address this issue, and I'm proposing to do that. And I'm proposing a longer-term plan that we add 1 firefighter per year for the next 8 years. Not going to solve the problem, but it's a step in the right direction to be able to do that. That's a bitter pill to swallow for taxpayers to do that. But I think the consequences are significant otherwise. There are a lot of departments that asked for staff and appropriately done so, and they documented the need for that. We cannot afford to do all of those things, and I denied most of those. And the fire department asked for 11 positions, and they can justify the need. They have the numbers to show that. We can't afford to do it, in my view. What I'm proposing to do is hire an administrative assistant. They don't have one anymore. And we have people that we're paying much higher salaries to spend hours doing things that someone in this position should be doing, so they can do the things they're supposed to do. And also a training officer. Critically important in the fire department that we have someone who's focusing on training, tracking training, planning training, and moving it forward. I've got to have the support people in there before I add any more line people. This is a priority for me as the manager that I'm proposing that we do. And I've funded it in the past. There's been a lot of questions. This is the cost to be able to do that, to fund these positions for the period of time we're talking about. And then again, there's the training lieutenant there as well. That's the next one. And you can see the tax rate increases for those. It's 2.3 cents for the training lieutenant in the fire department, and it is 1.9 cent on the tax rate for the executive assistant for that position. That includes all the benefits as well that go along with the job, retirement, and costs for health insurance and all the other benefits that go there. I talked about this. Article 21 is not a monetary item. There's money in there to allow us to use the money that's left over to go east of High Range Road to do get as far into those neighborhoods as we can with money left over that we think we're going to have. We need authorization to do that because the way the warrant article read, it talked about we're authorized to spend money on High Range Road, but not authorized to go to the east or any place else. So we need permission from the voters to be able to do that. That's what 21 does.
Mr. Mulholland,
yeah.
just a real quick question.
Yes, sir.
Would it make more sense to put that one right with the water warrant articles that are proposed?
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. We just added it to the end of that, but you guys, I think, are going to look at structuring that the way you would like to, probably on the 19th.
That way voters aren't confused after the fact,
Yeah,
being
no,
like, hey, what's going on here? Why is this way down here?
It'll probably flow better, too, when we're talking about a deliberative session. It's a good point.
Yep.
And then Article 22 was asked for by the Senior Resource Committee in regards to adding a $5 fee that would be paid by people who register vehicles for a transportation improvement fund, and it covers a number of things, as you can see, that are listed in there. And that would add that to all motor vehicle registrations. And I won't spend a whole lot of time. There's been discussion about that, but we have a lot of rental cars here, in fact, more than any other town in the state. So those rental cars would be people who are renting those are going to pay for that to offset that cost. And we also have vehicle fleets that would help pay for that, construction companies and things of that nature, to help offset that. So that's what, again, I won't go into great detail about that. There's been discussions, and you'll hear more about that. That's not actually an appropriation anyway. And then the Reverend Morrison Meeting House is a petition warrant article. I mean, I'll let the petitioners speak about that. And again, we're going to have a public hearing on the 19th. So that's probably more appropriate for then. And then the normal Article 24, transact any other business. So that is the warrant articles there. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have, or obviously if you want to open up the public hearing so we can hear the input from the people that we serve.
Absolutely. I'll accept the motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to discuss anything on the budget? Come on up, Ann.
Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive. I just want to remind you folks that the Social Security increase for this year is 2.8%. So think of the seniors who get that kind of an increase versus what we're going to have to expend. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for budget? Anything on the budget? I see none. I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Bring it back to the council, budget committee.
Are we moving
You
on
want
to
to start off,
cuts
Joseph?
yet?
Are, what goes?
Are we moving on to cuts yet?
Yes, we're talking about whatever you want to talk about. It's open.
Cool.
Yeah. Gets right to the point.
So, yeah, I guess I would like to start, unless anyone else wants to kick it off. So for those of you who are at home, last week I had a prepared document, and I have another one this week. I'd like to float back to the recommendations I made last week, because, Mr. Town Manager, you said that there's department heads and whatnot that had comments on those. We go over those comments, concerns now.
So, if Dave can come up, he just wanted to talk about the $5,000 cut in terms of the maintenance of the property. He just wanted to make sure you fully understood that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Dave Wally, Director of Public Works. Just the one comment I had was in concern to the $5,000 on the line item specific to, basically the lion's share of that line is our maintenance for lawn mowing that provides for all of the town facilities and properties. They also do the cemeteries, but that's out of a different line anyway. So we had, one of the first things I did here was we went out to bid for that. We had a 2-year contract, and they then extended that for the same pricing for the next year. So this coming winter now, I will be discussing with them again about the potential of extending for current contract pricing to stay in place again if they want to renew their contract. We'll see how that goes. If it does not and it goes back out to bid, then that $5,000 could really come into play. And so what it would kind of, to some extent, jeopardize would be a lot of the littler things that I've kind of been doing systematically over the last couple of years. You may have noticed we've done some landscaping out here. When I first got here, we had like a volleyball pit on the side of the building, but now we have landscaping, so we do some mulching. The green team did some cleanup of the library sign, and then each fall we'll plant mums, and we freshen those beds up, trimming trees around the property, things of that nature, Christmas wreaths on the doors, all those little things that are done year-round that may come into, jeopardy if we go out to bid and we have a big hit on that line. So that's just some of the things that, the town manager has instructed me to kind of talk about on things that of concern like that.
Right, and which under where was that?
I think that was at the top of your list, 4630.
In general government.
General
Okay,
government.
General government?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
How do we feel about putting that back in for that recommendation? I mean, that's,
I'm fine with that.
They
I think
need
we put it back in.
All right.
Well, nothing's been cut yet anyway, right?
Well,
Right.
Just
Yeah, just to be
because
clear.
so
Proposed cuts.
and the
Yeah,
reason I
take it
said
off
like
the list.
that at the end because I want to go through explain everything and then say so in total this is what's proposed, what I've proposed at least. So I'm just going to nope, don't want to do that. So that brings the new total of what my recommendations were.
Okay.
To $107,010 in reduction. So those items that I discussed, just to refresh everyone, it was from cable, general government, IT, senior affairs, solid waste, HR, and the town manager's budget. What were there?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
For those HR proposed cuts, is that one position or two positions?
So
are
that would be
proposed?
for both positions.
Both positions. I would propose that we put back at least one position, as we've been told multiple times by the HR director, that they are feeling that they are quite understaffed for the amount of work that they have been incurring and haven't been able to accomplish the tasks that they should be accomplishing. So eventually, the dam will break, and they will need help.
Okay.
So I will say, and I agree with Ted, I've looked through, like, we went through your budget cuts last time. I'd say I support most of them with the exception of this one. I think that we need to take off of those cuts one of the HR positions, but I do think we should put it on a warrant. I think that we need to let the voters decide from that aspect of it, and then I think we leave the other one in cuts.
And so I guess what would the preference be for which position would stay in the budget and then which would be moved to the warrant?
Are they the same position, or are they
No,
two?
they're two
So
different
there's
positions.
two different positions, two different salary lines. Let me pull up from.
I can explain if you'd just like.
Perfect.
Yeah, so one of them is to assist with benefits. We cannot keep up with the amount of employees we have. We couldn't before. Those number of positions hasn't changed in years. And we do have additional positions. We can't keep adding people. I don't have the support staff to function that. That is the priority of the HR director, and understandably so. The second position is to do background investigations. As you know, the police department by statute has to do background investigations. The fire department has a pretty thorough process, but they don't have a full background investigation. Not their fault. And we don't do them with the other employees. That puts us at significant risk. And we're hiring people in some cases we don't know, not by going to their previous employers, where they live, looking up the records of the police department records in the community where they might live or where they work. We don't know who we're hiring. That's a huge risk.
I feel like we can absolutely outsource that.
To who?
Outsourcing people? There's companies that do that easily. Background checks.
I think that's a good point. We're going to talk about that later on tonight. When you add up the cost of that, you're going to find it's significantly more expensive to do that than it is to have your own person. And on top of that, there are other internal investigations that have to go on, and we spend thousands of dollars by paying attorneys to do that when that could be done with our own in-house staff. I've done this before quite successfully at considerable savings. So, anyway, that's why I proposed that, and
So I do think, and Joseph, you brought this up last time, we did give a significant raise to the, I don't know the official title, the director of HR or whatever, and I think taking on some of these responsibilities should come with some of that extra money, and I think that makes up for some of this. I think that we do need some additional personnel, though, to help out in there, but I think that should be, as we do with other positions, that should be up on the warrant for the other position.
Mr. Town Manager, Sean was kind of alluding to this question, but he didn't really get to it. As you're here and the HR director is not here, of the two positions that were proposed, if there was a favorability of which one to go forward right now, which one would you recommend?
her priority, and understandably, we have to provide the benefits to the people that are here. Somebody has to go over that with people, retirees, and we don't have any choice. We have to do that, and we don't have enough staff to do that.
Thank you, Ted.
That's the priority.
So that would the benefits coordinator position.
so that one.
Thank you.
Okay. So that is
And do we have a cost for that?
You
I
do,
don't
you have
remember
the-
what that was.
You have the proposal sheet, so
Thank you.
The assistant that.
the assistant.
Please speak up.
Well, I
Deb wanted to say that.
never got the answer to a question that I asked a long time ago. The school has 750 employees. The town has 250 employees. The school has 4 people. The town has, 2, and now wants 2 more, so they got 4 people. How is the school able to do it with 4 people, and we have to have 4 people to do it with much less people?
So we actually.
I just don't understand.
We provided you a budget comparison. There was misinformation that was put out at a previous council meeting, and we sent you, everybody here that information to clarify that. Kirsten put that together, did the research on that, and provided that to you. The school is not the same as the town. We don't have just teachers and support staff. We have very different departments and different requirements that we have to manage.
And
It's
they have different departments and different requirements. Special ed, they have the nurse, they have a bunch of different things. I'm sorry. People are people, employment is employment. If you have 750 employees and you can get it done with 4 people, how come we can't get it done with 2 people for 250 employees? And I know that that Mr. Bernard does a very good job of doing a lot of his own hiring and taking care of his own employees. So I do know that the police and fire handle a lot of the HR on their own. So for me, I have a hard time, and I do want to disagree with you that outsourcing, and I agree with you, outsourcing is a great way to look at things. And I don't know what numbers you got. I would love to see them at the next meeting, but I have called out. I do have a meeting on the 14th with somebody to go over some more numbers, which I will get you. And I have 2 other people that are going to talk to at the end of January. I do believe that the information that whoever supplied it to you is incorrect.
So
Thank you.
I asked you for that information, and you never did provide that to me, because I would love to reach out to those people and get those price quotes to be able to do that. And
I'm
I have-
going to reach out to them myself and talk to them first, if you don't mind, sir.
No, that would be great, but the
Because
point
I
is,
had the other town manager, Mr. Malaguti, do it, and it never got done. I asked Justin for the copy of the emails, what the actual numbers were. I never saw it. I asked Mike. I never saw them. So as far as I'm concerned, we never got those quotes. And so, sorry, I have a trust issue now. And so I want to talk to these people first, gather the data that they have, and then I will forward it to you and allow you to do whatever you want.
so you said that a couple of months ago. I've been waiting for you to send that to me.
Because I've had a hard time setting up appointments with these people that work for both them and myself.
Right. So understandably, but I can't do something until you provide me that list that you say there are
And
people.
you will have it.
So when you provide that to me, I'd be glad to do that. It would have been nice to do that earlier, because now we're at the end of the budget.
It's a Google search. You said you Google searched it, you couldn't find
It's not
anybody.
that-
I Google
no.
searched, I found like 7.
Right. So when you find them, when you talk to them, and they tell you they're going to provide the same type of service,
Yes.
I'd like to have that information.
Same
and then-
type and maybe more.
And I'd be glad to ask them to give us a quote to do that service.
Okie dokie.
So when you do that, I will
I
do
will.
that.
I promise. I'll get it done.
Thank you.
I have a clarification. I'm looking at the Londonderry School District website right now, and between the HR department and the 2 payroll coordinator and payroll clerk, the school district has 6 people for HR.
But we're not including our payroll people. Do we have separate payroll people
We
here?
are. That payroll person, the finance department, is moving to the new HR department, and that's those 2 people currently in HR. No?
That's
No?
not what's going on.
Then what?
So currently, our finance department also includes an HR position.
Okay, yep.
That position will now move with the HR director and form their own department.
Okay.
So the finance department will remain with 4.
Yep.
And HR will have 2.
Yes. And that the second, so Tara, the director.
Yeah.
Does HR. What is the second position again?
Benefits administrator, or
Benefits administrator, I believe.
I know they just had a title change, so that's why I'm hesitating.
Okay.
And then these 2 positions would be 2 part-time positions.
Yes, and I
So
think
in
those are 2
total-
full-time, yeah.
In total, we'd have 3 full-time FTEs.
Is there any way to get those job descriptions to us, like tomorrow by email?
Yes?
That would be good.
Human
'Cause I've been
Resources
asking for those
Administrator.
things too since, I don't know, September. Job descriptions, I've never gotten any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarification of what we discussed, we want to keep the human resources human resources assistant in the budget, and move the human resources specialist to the ballot as a warrant. Or is that from what?
We want the benefits administrator goes to the ballot. The other one will keep
There's
on
no
the-
benefit administrator position.
Sorry.
It's an HR specialist or an HR assistant.
Okay. Which one is the
HR assistant?
HR assistant is the one that we'd move to warrant, and the other one we just keep on your list.
Okay, all right.
But I thought it was the assistant was the one that they really, really wanted. And
It is. That's
so.
Yeah,
So why
the
would we move
assistant.
that one to warrant article? If
Yeah, yeah. You're right. That
Which would be the specialist that goes to warrant, and the assistant should stay in the budget.
Assistant stays in the budget,
And on your list.
Yeah,
And-
and specialist goes to the warrant, so
Yes.
I'll take specialists out for
Why
now.
don't we move both to the warrant?
Because we are looking for cuts, and so we know that they have a need in there, so we're giving the voters option for one, and then the other one we're just leaving on the list.
Typically, we move all new positions to the,
No, we're not requesting a new position, we're requesting one position, that's why we're moving that one to the warrant, we're not requesting two.
Well,
we're requesting one.
No, that's not the thing, Sean. That's
No,
not what we're
that's-
doing at all.
I see.
To Ryan's
So what
point, yeah.
Ryan's saying is move them both to the warrant, is what you're saying?
that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
That's-
Right, because
Put 'em
these,
both on the
neither
ballot.
of these positions are filled.
All right.
And they're just, and I'm correct, you.
Well, they're on your list of cuts currently,
No, no,
right?
no.
No.
What you're talking
Oh,
about.
okay, that's where we're getting confused.
I like your.
So when I did this, I did not cut,
No.
I did not,
like
a-
your suggestion.
propose a
Yeah,
cut
yeah,
that
yeah.
was
That's
currently filled by
Thank you, Ryan.
someone in
Yeah.
town.
I think that's a good. I think he has a good point. In
Okay.
the past, we've always done that, so I think you've got a good point.
But I have my concern is, I have a concern about this, and is this the no means no? And if these positions are really needed like we think they are, and the voters say no, then they're still like neck deep in all of these paperworks and benefits enrollments and all these other sorts of things, and they're not gonna be able to get the help that they need for at least another year.
I think they can probably get some contracting help. They can't, we'd have to pursue that route, and I think it should be still up to the voters from that aspect. It's.
Wouldn't that still be more expensive to hire contractors though than just to hire, because these people don't have benefits?
Yes, it would be more expensive.
Yeah,
So-
I just don't want to make that decision for them, and we've done this with other positions in the past, and I want to just keep consistent with that.
So the other one would be the background check thing.
Yeah, and that one stays on the list then, that's where I was getting confused.
List of cuts.
Yes.
Okay.
On Joseph's.
All right, so so one more time, which position is the one that I should keep in my list of cuts?
HR assistant should be going to the ballot.
Yeah, whatever equals the background check,
So-
what's that?
Chair.
Let's
That's
just get it from
58.
Sean.
Just, I'll say it one more time. So
So,
the HR assistant
Ryan
is the
just
person
said-
who assists with the benefits coordination.
Okay.
For what I'm hearing, it sounds like that's the one you want to move to the ballot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one was going to be no action at all, not going to be in the
keep on the
budget, not
list.
going to be moved to the ballot. Just to, I think that's, I'm going to make sure I
Yes.
understand.
Yeah, you're correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right,
Sorry.
yes, thank you. So I will make that.
So you'd like us to develop a warrant article for that? Obviously, you're not approving that tonight, just to be clear.
Yeah.
It's for consideration after the public hearing on the 19th.
On the 19th,
And then
yes.
you'll decide whether or not that's actually going to move forward or not, and other information, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so that would,
So can you clarify something?
Yeah, good.
Okay, are we moving two positions to the warrant article?
one.
Are we keeping one position to the warrant article? Are we keeping one in the budget? We taking both out of the budget?
both are
Please
being
go-
taken out of the
We
budget,
just-
and one of the positions is being moved, we're suggesting is being moved as a warrant article.
Okay, because I understood Ryan as moving both, right, Ryan? Is what you were talking about?
I thought they were recommending moving one to the warrant and keeping one in the budget.
No, we're keeping one on the list.
Now,
for that.
now
Got
I
it.
understand. I think it would be nice to have the voters have a say on both positions as opposed to eliminating one completely from the conversation.
I think so
I agree.
too.
I mean, I think it's up to the voters to decide. At least give them the option to say if we want to do it or not.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it going on a warrant too. Either
I'd
way it
rather
comes
both
out
of
of
them
your-
go in the warrant article than only one go in the warrant article and the other one just be eliminated in its entirety. So.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But you may not get the person you want.
Correct.
So
But
we
the
doing-
voters
That
chose.
is needed.
So again, are we doing both to the warrant article?
Well, now we're doing both.
Yeah.
So I'm going to develop two additional
Yes.
warrant articles.
Yes.
And then you'll, again, you're not approving that tonight, because people think because you said that, you've approved that. You have
No.
not.
Right.
Yeah.
And you want that to be considered at the next meeting on the 19th.
Correct.
So you can take action if you choose to.
Yep.
All right. After public input.
That gets us.
Yeah.
And then the way the voters are deciding.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue, Joseph.
So,
Other than that, I thought everything else looked good.
Yeah,
on the
I thought,
list.
I thought you did a very good job
Yeah.
on the cuts. I
Okay.
appreciate your hard work, and I think we only took away two of them, right?
Yeah.
We took away the town clerk one and the one for Dave. I
Yep.
think other than that, I'm good with the rest of them.
okay.
Wait, what was the town clerk one?
What
The,
was the-
the one that you raised the issue.
Yeah.
So, so the monies that I had request, be reduced, Justin had in taking management services lines and moving the money to where it's actually going. The that line before didn't include the cost for toner for all the printing that was done by the clerk's offices. It was now moved into that line item. So that explained the increase. And, you know, they print a lot of documents, so it didn't make sense to take that out. And
Oh, we left it in, Titus.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think the rest of the cuts, I think I'm good with.
Yeah, so now let's move on to the new list.
Yeah.
So I've
Just to be clear, on what, again, neither the budget committee or the council has cut the budget
Correct.
yet.
Right.
These
So
are
this is for
proposed.
consideration. You'll
Yes.
make final decisions on the 19th, just so
Correct.
we're clear.
Yeah.
Correct.
My phone doesn't blow up all the
Yes.
next.
That's, yes. Okay, so this next list, the one that I emailed off to everyone.
I'm just gonna write that down because I'm keeping a tally of the ones that we've came up with so far. So I'm just gonna write that as Joseph List 1.
Yeah. So what I did.
Joseph, could you just remind us how much that was?
It was $107 and $10.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, just so we know on the same page. Thank you.
So this one, so what I did, I went through the budget and I took a look at every line I wrote, and I reduced lines by I took the amount that was budgeted in 2025, the amount that was actually spent in 25. Whatever that percentage was, I applied it to this year's proposed budget, and that became the new number. I did not do this for every department. I left out DPW, fire, police, and sewer. I also left out HR because there isn't historical reference of how much they would actually need, how much would be spent. I figured, right, first year we see how much they actually use of what we're allotting for them, and that can be for down the road if those lines need to be adjusted.
Joe, what is this document labeled as in our
So
files?
it would be potential, and that's why I said potential cuts 1, 12, 26.
Thank you.
And the reason I said it was potential because as we go through these, just like with the list I prepared last week, I'm not sure if I'm going to agree with them after we hear from the town manager and department heads. So that was my methodology for it. I took the 2025 budgeted, the actual amount used, whatever that percentage was, applied it to this year's budget. So those departments in order that I have them would be the town manager, town clerk tax collector, finance, assessing, information technology, general government, cemetery, well, I'm not going to do insurance, conservation, building, general assistance, cable, recreation, library, senior affairs, and community development. There is 2 errors on your sheet that I sent that I've caught while I've been here today. One is under the town clerk's tax collector line. I thought it was the cut that was made that I suggested last week for whatever reason when I was checking through and making sure everything was what I wanted to propose. I left it in. So that I already have it deleted out of here now.
For the office supplies line?
Yes, for the office supplies line.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's the 2,370.
Yeah, that one's going
Yeah,
back.
so that's no longer in there. And then same thing, insurance, I thought I made sure to take it out. I didn't take it out. So that one could be ignored.
Printing services in the town manager section.
Yeah.
That may want to be looked upon in the same way as the line item that we saw in the clerk's section.
Yeah. So, Ted, before you continue, do we just want to go through cut by cut and go through that together with the?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is that?
Yeah, let's start there.
I might have something easier. So I pulled together some cuts that equaled about 350,000, but that only included cutting one of the HR positions. If we move both of them to the warrant article, that brings it up to like this close to $400,000.
Okay.
It takes some stuff, put some stuff back into the budget, like some of the expenses for Old Home Days, and put some other cuts into the budget. So it's sort of a mix and match, but Kirsten, could you pull up the presentation that I pulled together?
So
Thank
that's
you
what
so
that
much.
file is. I was
Yeah.
wondering what that one was. Okay.
Okay.
So I pulled this together.
Yeah.
So if you go to the next slide, these are the town manager's recommended cuts. These are those $400,000 of recommended cuts that were not official. These have not been cut from the budget, but these were some of the recommended cuts that he suggested. There's a description of what exactly was cut from each one of these different departments. In total, it was about $400,000. If you go to the next slide, Joe, those were your $112,000 in cuts. I put a little slide in here just to show what you also cut for $112,000. And then the next slide is mine. So that's just $349,299,000. So we're almost all the way there. So what I did was I took some of the cuts that you made, added them to some of the cuts that the town manager already made, or removed some things that I disagreed with and thought that maybe we should put back into the budget. So if you go to the next slide, these are the descriptions of the changes that I made and my justification for them. So the first cut I restored was the health insurance benefits for the town clerk position. As a full-time employee, the town clerk should have health insurance benefits. We should restore those to that position. I restored Old Home Day fireworks. It's well attended. It's a free event for our citizens. Everybody loves going to them. Let's put it back in the budget. I restored the overtime for the police department for Old Home Days as well.
Can I ask a quick question, just so I know it? So when you restore, do you mean take out of the town manager's cuts, or?
Yeah, so I added, so
Okay.
$400,000 minus 25, minus,
Yep,
yep.
yep.
Just
Gotcha.
to be clear, no cuts.
No
have
cuts
been-
were made.
The town manager's
that's why-
proposed cuts,
so-
thank you.
Proposed
So I was
cuts.
asked to come up with some recommendations.
Yes,
I
sir.
came up
Yes.
with that. Nobody has made any actual.
No cut, yes.
So, right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, restored proposed, yes.
Yeah.
Restore the proposed overtime for the police department for Old Home Days. Safety, security of our citizens should be a priority for us,
Yep.
and as such, goes back in the budget. I restored the part-time animal control conservation position at the police department. We have over 5,000 registered dogs in our community. It's a needed position. We need to make sure that if there are dogs, there are problems, somebody's there to handle that. I think that should remain in the budget. I restored the on-call firefighter usage, about 10 grand. Safety of our community, emergency service is really important. Restored the overtime for the fire department at $11,792. I restored the reduction in snow removal services for public works. In December, we spent $51,600 on contracted snow removal. If we decrease this by the $23,000, the line item will now be $50,000. Already, we're in trouble for fiscal year '27, and we will go over budget for this if we reduce the snow removal services for DPW. I restored a portion of safety funding for the Department of Public Works. Safety of our employees is of paramount importance. It's really important to give them what we can. The full cut was 14. I gave them back half of it. I restored the part-time children's librarian position at the Leach Library. Erin is leaving. They're going to need as much help as they get. They need that position back in the library. I restored the landscaping contract that Joe had recommended removing. I called him on Friday. We chatted about it. I put that back. I cut the full-time salary line in IT. We had already talked about making a $30,000 cut to the operating budget for that position. This has now been put into those cuts. I moved the HR specialist to a warrant article for $58,163. We do generally put new positions in as warrant articles, so that was why I recommended that. If we move forward putting a warrant article, I'm going to say yes for that. And then I also suggested reducing legal services to the default budget of $200,000, so to reduce that line item by $75,000. We just negotiated 3-year contracts for unions. That's why our line item was so high in prior years. If we are careful about it, if we are conscientious about it, I think this is an easy cut to make. As long as with the assumption again that we don't have any union contracts that we're going to need to negotiate in that year. All told, this is about $350,000 in cuts. Adding that HR assistant position in at 44 brings us to $394,000-ish. So we're looking at about another $6,000 of cuts to get to the 400, and there we are.
Love it.
Nice job, Kate.
Love it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm
good to move with Kate's recommendation.
I am good to move with Kate's.
Just as a department head to have that emailed to
us just so
Yes.
we can take a
Yeah.
look at it?
All
Yes.
department heads will get it. We'll send it out to department heads, one Joe came up with as well, because
Yeah.
we have not had a chance to review this and provide constructive
like it.
feedback to you, which we will do.
Thank you.
I'm good to move forward with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, you can see my recommendations. If they're a little bit higher
that's-
than the TM, some of that had to do with some of the recommended cuts that Joe suggested, but, you know, we're a good chunk of the way there now, so,
Joe, you good with that?
yeah.
I'm good with that. I mean, do we want to take off some more?
I mean, we can take a look at what you got. I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
good
but
with
this, I think all these, yeah, definitely should move forward.
Okay.
So do we have to make a motion for that, or do we?
I want to hear what Patrick has to say.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
feel like you have cuts. Like, that's such a feeling to me. Am I right?
Well, I did email something out to the budget
Yeah,
committee
yeah, yeah.
earlier. I know it was last minute. I won't speak long. I took a bit of a different approach that's sort of philosophically similar to what Joseph did. First of all, I want to thank our town finance department and Justin. Last week, Justin provided data in Excel for all the proposed budgets as well as years past. Without that, I couldn't have done anything. So thank you for that, first of all. I actually decided to take a little bit of a different approach, and I crunched a lot of numbers. I'm happy to provide it to the whoever else wants to see it in addition to the budget committee. What I did was basically say, using a single year as a benchmark, that's risky because there might have been a spike that year or a sag. So instead, I calculated out two different metrics, one of which is using 4 years of town budget approved numbers, because we have 4 years of those, only 3 years of actuals going back. So we basically have FY 23 to 24, 24 to 25, 25 to 26, and that gives us essentially 3% increases over the years, which gives me a nice average. That's a trend. Then I did the same thing with the CPI, also from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then crunched all the numbers. And what it comes out to, because if I explained all of it, which I'm happy to do, but it would take me another half hour, is that separately I came up with $418,000 of proposed cuts, which don't touch salaries, don't touch police, fire, or public works, and which operate only by going through a number of the accounts. And in each case where the cost curve is above that historical trend from the last 3 or 4 years, just bending it back down to the curve. So when we do that, we can come up with 418,000. Now, granted, just as with some of the other discussion, some of those will not survive the reality test. But a lot of those, I think we can take a really good, hard look at. Admittedly, some of those are management services and such, but there's nothing in there that I looked at that I included that's, I think, really vital, snow removal, etc. So I'm happy to supply that or provide that in any way possible. I mean, Joseph, you've seen this in a fair amount of detail already. And that does not include, for example, some of what Kate talked about, moving a position out of the proposed budget and onto the ballot. So I think if we put all that together, we could come up with something.
Patrick, can I suggest you sending to the council and to make sure Mr. Mulholland gets it so that it can go online so residents can see it?
It is unofficially online, and I'm happy to provide that. I wanted the budget committee first to see it because it's my first year on the budget committee, so I was looking to the more experienced members to say this approach actually holds water.
And it's
It's just
also
good for people to
proposed.
see
Would it
'cause they get
confuse
ideas.
people?
Wait, what was
All
that,
of them
Sarah?
should be.
What was that?
Sorry, it's
Oh.
just proposed. I don't know.
Right, I don't like putting it online. If people requested, hey, you know, what were your thoughts, and emailed us directly, I'd feel more comfortable just sending that out. Because if Sean puts it online of, you know, oh, suggested or discussed cuts, then I think we'd have a lot more people come up to speak and maybe want to
Participate in the.
I think it'd be a great thing to
Good
get more
idea.
people out here.
Yeah, that's what I
But-
want to see.
part
but
of the problem is
misinformed,
Sean's had to
thinking that
correct-
we're actually doing it is more so what I.
If
my
we can
point.
get the information from you guys, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
have mine's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sean's had to correct the language over and over and over of us just saying in here, and that's even just us, not much less the public and
Right.
putting out the confusion.
Right.
So I do think what you said is absolutely right. It's, you know, you requested the information's available.
Right.
We'll be discussing it. The information's available too here on this meeting. I don't think we need to put that fully out there.
Yeah, I mean, our emails are out online, and I know in my case that I put my personal number in your newspaper a few times for people to reach out. So, I mean, if anyone at home, anyone here wants what, you know, myself, what Kate, what Patrick has, come up
I'm gonna
with,
go to the next one.
please reach out to us. We'd be happy to share. More than happy to share.
If we could just get them, like I said, 'cause staff hasn't seen these, they just literally
Right.
came in, which I understand the reasons
Yeah.
why. You got people who have real lives outside of here. If I can get it to them, that'll give us time over the week to look at that and just provide feedback to you like Dave provided
Absolutely,
earlier.
yeah.
Yep,
So-
I have a couple more slides just to,
Yeah.
yep, to
Okay.
wrap it up.
Yeah, let's keep going.
They're like, yeah.
So the next slide goes into the effect on the tax rate. So for fiscal year 27, we're at about between 73,500 and 75,000 in appropriations is equal to about 1 cent on the tax rate. So cutting the legal line by 75,000 will reduce taxes on a $600,000 home by about $6 for the year. So I looked at the 400,000 in cuts versus the 350-ish thousand in cuts that I suggested, and you can see depending on whether or not it's 73,500 or 75,000. There's kind of a bit of a range, so it will cut anywhere between $23.29 to about $38.10 per year for the average household, or $1.94 to $3.70 per month, depending on the home value and the effective tax rate. But I figured I would give it a range so people can kind of think about their assessed value of their property and figure out how much that's going to save them as property taxes per year. And then the next slide, other considerations. Our school district budget is already under default by about $235,000. So, do we want to play around with that a little bit and take that into consideration? Over the last several years, Justin has spent a lot of time trying to right-size budgets. I have a small concern that if we try to make too many cuts, more than the 400,000, we may be undoing a lot of the work that Justin has done, trying to right-size a lot of these lines, making things, so you don't have like that 30,000 extra for oil that we end up using for, office supplies and things like that. So he's tried really hard to make things right. And I could see making too many cuts starting to harm salaries and things like that, longer waits, all those other sorts of things. And my attempt in cutting things from the budget was to reduce the impact to the residents as opposed to the people who work. But if the HR assistant and the HR specialist, for example, if those things don't end up passing as warrant articles, our HR department is going to be still overwhelmed with the amount of work that they have, and we could run into some problems there too. So again, it's a risk mitigation, right? Like, how are we handling risk and thinking about it from that consideration as well? But that was my thought process: is what will impact the residents the most if we cut these things from the budget, and so we can at least maintain that high level of service.
Yep.
So,
Good job.
and that's it. Now I'm done.
I guess,
very good job.
I'd like to see some, or I'd like to ask for some direction from the council. As you know, tomorrow, Budget Committee is going to be meeting. Would you like us to have a consolidated list of the different recommendations from different people that have been made, and for something like that something like that, we could send it out Tuesday night. Sean would be able to get it to all the department heads. You'd have about a little under a week to review it, or
I guess initial thoughts. Here's what I'd like to see. I think a majority of the council has already expressed great interest in like Kate's wonderful work, and I think I'd like to see just from your two what's not in that list, because we could have a lot of duplication here.
Exactly.
So I mean, we're in favor of that. Just see what's left over, and if we can have those two lists, I think that would help us just to see what's in yours. The other good aspect of that is I think the work that you guys did, if we hit default, I think the work that you guys did will also help us get a good amount of the way there, at least a head start at how do we do that if the voters would happen to vote default.
Right.
We've got some great suggestions there that are left over from this list. So that's what I think.
Okay. Other council.
I'm
rest of council.
I'm very happy with both of you. I think you did an amazing job with the cuts you made, and that was a nice surprise. I appreciate you doing that hard work. You got us to the within $6,000 of what we wanted. So
I think what Kate had presented was a lot more clear cut and not so much minutia line by line, and was able to figure out these big chunks and areas that we're able to get it done.
let's see what the departments have to say about Kate's, and you keep your list, and maybe we pick some
Oh, yeah, and that'd be,
you know.
Yeah, Patrick's list too.
Oh, Pat, yeah, Pat, sorry,
Patrick, so we
Patrick.
have three
He's
lists,
hiding. I
so-
didn't see him.
So what I can do, and so mine I've sent out to everyone. Patrick's, I'll forward his out to everyone, so we can all advise on. Tomorrow we'll take a look at just consolidating all the recommendations that we've made, so that when there is overlap and crossover, right, you're not being told the same thing 3 times or
Right.
3 different amounts. Maybe we
Right.
can find
It's a lot of
some common ground amongst us members. So versus, both of us going through line by line tonight. I'll just give you real quick the number that I came to with additionally to what I proposed last week. So this week it was additional $125,567.54 on top of what I proposed last week. So yeah, I guess
So Joe, are you talking about consolidating everybody's and bringing us with one list?
Yep.
So that we have all this confusion of this one has
Right.
it, that one has it, this one has it.
Yeah.
One list.
Yes.
Thank you.
I do want a distinction, I guess for me, I would like to keep Kate's list preserved and see what's left over.
Okay.
Like the consolidation of like, you can remove from your guys what's in here. I just think, I'm just really impressed.
But we
by
can,
the
and
fact
when
that
we
keep it
create,
together.
whatever it
Together.
And
is.
to be clear, I made a lot of phone calls on Friday, so I talked to Phil, I talked to Kim, I talked to Sherry, and from the town council. Like, I tried to call as many people as I could from the department head perspective and chat with them about, like, if I really needed to, like, keep something in the budget as a reduction, like, what would that kind of look like? Erin, I didn't get a hold of you because you weren't in on the office on Friday, unfortunately, so sorry.
It's gonna be a board decision in the end. So
Yes.
so,
Yep.
We would have a number, and then the
Yeah.
board would decide what these cuts look like.
Yep. But, I tried to talk to the department heads and say, like, listen, I want to give you back some of this money. What do you really, really not want me to remove from your budget? And Dave was like, snow removal services, I really need to keep that. And it's like, cool. And so the rest of it, obviously they don't want to cut anything from their budgets, of course, and if we could restore all of it, we should. But, it was, let's try to put some back and then figure out where else we could take, so.
Yeah.
So I would love to see the overall effect of these raises that we've had. It's gonna be baked into default, right?
Right.
I wanna see how big of an impact this will actually really have.
I think we did come up with a number with that, and I think it was, what's that?
I don't remember.
I think it was 131,000 if I
Some of
didn't.
that would have been included with or without the market adjustment. So per their contract, they would be getting COLA and merit regardless. So that should be taken out of when you say the net impact.
Right.
Because they would have gotten that
Correct.
anyways.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that number.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That was quoted included that, because you guys were looking at one FY '25 to FY '27. So that FY '27 number would include raises and merit increases that would happen regardless.
Yep.
So I just want to make that clear.
Gotcha.
That's an important distinction.
And I think, when we have been discussing the 400,000 number as a goal to get to, this was also before the, had the numbers for the bond for the Morrison Meeting House, which, right now it's in first year, $307,814. That would, if it were passed, and this is something that I know I think it's desperately needed, or that we make some sort of decision for the Morrison Meeting House and spend some money to either restore or, the voters choose to demolish it. But that's an additional cost that we weren't that wasn't on our minds when we came up with the initial 400,000. So going beyond that, I think would be wise. So I will just, so when we have everything together, I guess I just want to plant that seed now for the next week.
I just want to be extra clear, because we've been in extra clear and clearing up a lot of things.
Yeah.
There's no one advocating up here for demolition of
Right,
the.
right, yeah.
That was just a number
Those are
that
the
came across
options.
with a quote, but there's no one
There's
stating.
consequences either way, I think is what you're saying, a cost
Right.
value to that one. We can't just vote it down and nothing happen. We're gonna vote it down and have it demolished, and that's $1 million or something, 500, I think it was.
We're gonna.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that when we talk about the warrant article.
So for now, for tonight, I'm good. I don't know anyone else from the budget committee.
I have a clarification question. So on Kate's proposed budget, she reinstated the town clerk's benefits, if this passes, would that then take off warrant Article 5?
No, because warrant Article 5, because there was a warrant article in the past, I think it was 2014, if I remember right, that said the position is part-time. There
Yeah.
is no such thing for elected officials. And so that was that warrant article at that time. In order to correct that, if we choose to correct that, it should be done by a warrant article. It isn't required, but it should be done, because that's what the voters had stated, and that's what was voted for. It should be clarified if the voters wish to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
And if the voters decide to do it and we've taken it out of the budget,
Right.
that leaves the position kind of in the wind, and now we've got to find that money from somewhere else. It just
Right.
didn't make sense to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Deb, go ahead.
I'm still confused.
Sure.
As far as I understood, according to our charter, or to the state, to laws, you can't be an elected official and a town employee at the same time. So Sherry's, or the clerk's position is an elected position. You're saying it's a town employee,
I'm saying it's a full-time position that deserves
but
full-time
it's
benefits.
not full-time nor part-time. It has no time restriction. The person, the clerk, according to the state statute, says that all clerks everywhere, they can work one day this is the discussion we had before, can work 1 day, 10 days, once a month, once a year, it doesn't matter. There's no specific time or anything to it. So, and it says they cannot be a town employee. So you're either a town employee or you're an elected official. It's not both. You
Sure.
can't do both.
But my argument for this is that you can't keep, like, I couldn't be the town clerk and keep the same position that I have, right, my same job I have now. There's no way I'd be able to do it. And so if I have to quit my job and give up my benefits to do the town clerk position, there should be benefits associated.
But you knew
with
that when you ran for the office. That's a decision you make when you run for an office and you know what like council. I know how much time is commitment in here, and we all do, and we all know what we get. So you can't have it both ways. You gotta say, I'm running for this position, I know what it is. Oh wait, but once I get it, I'll change it. That would be like us getting on here and now saying, you know what, 2,000 isn't enough. I think we all need to get 5,000 or 7,000 each. It's not what you're running for. I understand what you're saying, and I do. I'm not saying it doesn't take a lot of time. I just want it to be correct and done the right way, no matter who's in that position. Whether it's, like even when Meg was here, we did it the wrong way.
Sure. I mean, if other towns have figured out how to give their town clerk benefits, I think we should too. Given the amount. Well, yeah, the warrant article, exactly. So the warrant article says we can give
That's
them
what the
benefits.
warrant
If that
article is.
passes, we need to make sure we have that money in the budget. So otherwise, now the townsfolk have said, we want this position to have benefits, and
Right.
now we haven't budgeted for it.
Well, I'm
So,
not disagreeing.
yep.
I'm just saying we're talking about being clear. You said employee on there, and that's not an employee.
Sorry, full-time position. I should have said employee.
It's not a full-time position. It's just an elected position.
It's a position that requires full-time work.
Yes.
With the amount of work that is required of a town clerk, it is a.
The 9th largest community in the state, and you'll see all but the smallest of towns actually they pay the salary for the full-time job the person is doing, and they also provide the benefits, and we have the Excel spreadsheet to show that. We were the exception to that for the most part.
Well, it'd
So-
be good if it was shared, number one. Number two, I just want to keep it clear that it's not an employee. It's
Yes.
an elected position. We were talking about words, not using the word cut, potential cuts. This is the same thing.
But it's a full-time function that elected official.
Someone could say this is a full-time position. We go to hundreds of meetings, and not hundreds, but lots of meetings, and have to read and learn everything about every department. And again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It should be up to the voters.
Which is why we have it as a warrant article for them to
But
be
we
able to do
don't have the
just that.
salary as a warrant article.
And again, if the council wants to put that in every year, and if you
And
put
they
this,
should.
if I could actually finish my sentence, please.
It would be nice.
Is that okay? All right. So if you put on that the town clerk is going to make X amount of dollars, and the voters vote no, no means no. That means we cannot pay our town clerk. We're required to have one by statute. If you think she's going to come in here every day and work for free, That's not realistic, and neither is anybody else. She is not going to be in that position forever.
I
Somebody-
understand.
If I could just please finish.
Deb, just let him finish and you can say something, okay?
I just hate being talked to like I don't understand and that I'm stupid. I'm trying to get it so that it's actually in compliance and that we're doing it the right way, as opposed to the ways that it has been done in the past.
Right,
That's
so
all.
I have proposed to do just that. I provided you, and actually, Patrick actually had it as well, but I also sent it out, the guidance from NHMA back from 2021 about the legal ways in which to do that. You have that choice. You could say, we're going to put X amount of dollars for the town clerk, that's going to be the town clerk's salary. And if for some reason, where the people are confused now, whatever, they vote no, and you'll have to do that every year, then that means there'll be $0. Now, she's not going to be in that job forever. All of us eventually get old and we do something like we retire, whatever. And then if you want to attract somebody else who's qualified to do the job, they're not going to be able to take that at full time to be able to, without benefits and the things that go along with that. They got to eat too. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you just let me finish, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have that option. I'm just paid staff. I'm making a recommendation. The clerk does not work for me. The clerk doesn't work for you. They work for the people of this town. And the voters are going to get a chance to do that. And if they say yes, they say yes. If they say no, then it's no.
So is it possible, as we have this conversation for the treasurer, to turn that, as opposed to an elected position, to an actual position?
No.
Or does it state statute say that it has to be done this way?
It has to be an elected official, the town clerk. The tax collector, you can do that. You have that option. You can appoint that person, or they can be elected. Or you can hire them as an employee. There's another option for that as well. But the town clerk is an elected official. There is no other option.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to find out ways to work around it so that I don't get 20,000 phone calls saying, that's not the way, I don't understand, I don't understand.
Can I?
Absolutely, please.
Follow-up question. Mr. Town Manager, you said we can't put the salary on the warrant article?
You can. You can.
But it would have to be voted every year.
Right.
The way Article 5 is talking specifically to benefits, can you quantify the tax impact of adding the benefits to the town clerk, to the warrant article, for clarification purposes?
No.
Yeah, you can.
You've said before that it cannot be put on because
said
that could
salary.
change.
So what I could do is I'd have to put, I mean, she's not going to apply for a family plan. You know what I mean? So I could put that total amount of money that would be in there. You could do that, and you could put the tax, with the tax impact of what that full benefit package is. Yes, you can, the council can do that if they choose to.
Ryan, it's similar to when we put in a request for a firefighter, okay?
No,
We put the whole amount with the benefits package.
Correct. And
So-
I'm hearing we can't do salary, that's why I asked about if we can do benefits.
Yeah, we could do the benefits, we could make it at the
Total cost.
total cost.
And to make it clearer.
But yeah,
transparency.
but what, so,
So people would know how much we're talking.
yeah,
The problem is the insurance costs will change year after
Yes.
year.
correct,
That's
yes.
true.
Not logistical.
Right.
So
it'll be
it is a
logistical
guess on the
nightmare. You
insurance, because
can't
we
do that.
don't know what plan that person will take, or if they take the buyout. And what we also don't know is what the insurance rates will be in that next year.
Right.
And we're only going to have the amount that's in there to do that, but you can do that.
That's what we do for the firefighter positions we're asking for. We have full loads, we have salary, we have benefits. It's an estimate, but it's a opportunity to be transparent with the voters on what it's gonna cost them, what the impact on the tax rate is. Article 5 does not give that opportunity in any way.
And Ryan, also, when we estimate for the fire positions, Justin, are we estimating for the benefits at the higher, at the family plan? So we would do that for any position. Mr. Chair, I have clarification, please.
Absolutely, please. This is open discussion.
We've been going back and forth with this budget here for quite a while, and I'm trying to make it simple for next week when we meet. I would like, from watching the budget process through years, I'd like to see the budget committee go back, come back with their recommendations, one recommendation. I think it's up to them to work out, use Katie's, use Joe's, and come up and say, all right, this is what we would like. We know what they're talking about already, so we have an idea. But I'd like to see the budget committee get together and make the recommendations back to us and say, this is where we're looking to cut, and this is how much. Maybe you're gonna come up
We
and say,
literally already
Joe,
talked about this.
So
Maybe you
it
cut-
won't be, so it's not going to be one recommendation.
okay,
It will be, all the information will be on one sheet so that you can see it all in one place. And I should have clarified when I said consolidate, that's what I meant. We're going to put all the information in one place so that's easy for everyone to read, digest, understand what we are what individual members are proposing. Because I'm sure that, I know we had done this in the past, we just threw everything on a list and there's confusion. Well, does the entire budget committee endorse this list when that's not necessarily the case? So I would like something that would reflect what us individual members have to say. So to your point, Dan, it won't be just one, each line in the budget may vary from what different members recommend that we take out of it. But for you to be able to understand and digest the information, it'll be all in one place to be easy to read.
so Ron, next week, when does the budget committee have to get their final cuts to us? So we can make a decision.
We're going to do that tomorrow.
We're gonna do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're gonna email it to us.
So next week, we're making the final cuts to the budget.
Correct. And we have to make the final vote on the warrant articles to get it to Justin.
Okay. Seems a little confusing, so.
What is the confusion? Is anyone else confused? I feel like I got it. You?
Okay.
understand.
As long as everybody else gets it. I just think that we just keep circling around, and Joe came up last week with some cuts, and, Kate's got some, a great presentation and on her stuff, and I'm just looking to simplify it so that when we discuss it next
He's
week.
gonna send that to us.
Okay.
And I think they did a fabulous job.
Yeah.
I think they did an amazing job.
Yep.
One quick thing, the easy thing we talked about earlier, do we have to talk about renumbering tonight, or can we do that on the 19th?
Yeah, you can do that on the 19th.
Okay, just make
How
sure
you
we're not.
structure that, yeah, you
Because
can
I
just
think
think-
I
give
agree
you
with
time
what
to
Ted
think
said
about it.
about renumbering. But, so we can do that on the 19th?
Some of them have to be in a certain order. You know that,
Yeah,
Vaughn.
yeah,
You
just-
get
I figure
that,
that's
but the other
something
stuff,
easy.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
So I
on
would
the-
just say, from the budget committee, anyone else? So I think for now, the budget committee's all set.
Yeah.
With discussion.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This was
Thank
just
you.
a great discussion. Great.
Absolutely
great input.
fabulous.
I also wanted to say thank you to Mulholland and to Justin for providing the tax rate sheet for the estimated tax rates. We had not seen that just yet, so thank you for providing that.
I know I couldn't have, Patrick or anyone else have done this without Justin's timely responses over the past several months. It's been impossible to do.
Thank you for all your hard work. You guys are welcome to stick around if you want, or I can give you a couple minutes to leave. We got to.
Is the next item we're talking about the
Right, isn't
Morrison
the
House?
warrant article?
Just $3.3 million.
Oh, wait, hey,
You guys may
before
want
we-
to stick
yeah.
around.
So, if you guys want to stick around just for this discussion, so under new business, we want to discuss the warrant article for the renovation of the Reverend Morrison House, as commonly referred to as the Lions Hall. And Mr. Mulholland has a little brief description, I believe, to
Yes.
get us.
So on September 15th, 2025, members of the Lions Club came to the council and expressed their concern, and obviously there's been a lot of discussion over the years, and I'll go for a little bit of that, about the Morrison Meeting House and what we're going to do next. So I'm going to kind of go through that a little bit here. So the council asked me to come up and develop cost estimates to get the building so it could at least be usable and function, meet all the requirements to be able to statutorily do that. So that is what I did. And I reached out to ReArt Construction to provide me with a cost estimate to do that. I have Mr. McGee here that will answer any technical questions that you might have in regards to the proposed estimates. So the Morrison Meeting House, as folks know, was constructed in the 1700s. I've seen different information about what the actual year that was built. But anyway, the 1700s. It was moved to this location from another location in town in the mid-1800s. Repairs and upgrades are made to the building in 1910, 1929. The building served as town hall for many years. The town moved the town hall out of the building in 1968, the year I was born. The building remained empty until the 1970s, at which time it was leased to the Lions Club, according to the documents in the file, and the building has undergone revisions since the Lions Club leased the building. The lease of the Lions Club for the building has been amended several times, including 1988, 93, 2014, and 2019. The lease expired on April 1st of 2024. The building has been occupied for several years now due to its condition. Several studies have been commissioned recently regarding the building. Weston Sampson Engineering developed an existing conditions report and redevelopment options in October of 2022. They provided to the council in October of 23 with several redevelopment opportunities for the building and site. Our Corps of Architects produced a building historic conditions assessment in May 31st of 2025. This information is on our website. The ARCO report also included a structural analysis from Structures North Consulting Engineers. APS Environmental Group conducted mold testing in the building in August of 25, which showed the presence of different types of mold likely caused from water infiltration from the roof leaks. The building is presently posted by the health officer due to the health risk of mold. In December of 25, an assessment of the septic system was conducted. The septic tank was pumped out, and a high-level assessment of the leach field was conducted, indicating the system was functioning. It was discovered that no septic design was provided to NHDES, nor was there a permit issued by the town for the septic system in the leach field. Additionally, it was determined that the water well on site was potentially too close to the septic system. We have found out it is not in violation. It is the appropriate distance apart when we looked into that. And thank you, Nick Codner, for doing that for us. The town's council created the Reverend Morehouse Meeting House Study Committee in July of 24. The committee directed the committee to provide the town council with a report and recommendation by October 1st of 2024. Last set of minutes for this committee that I was able to locate was for November 21st, 2024 meeting. I was unable to locate any subsequent meeting minutes or agendas, nor was I able to locate any report or recommendations from that committee. REAR Construction provided cost estimates for the renovation of the building on December 15th, 2025. The estimated cost of those renovations of work began in June of 26 is $3.3 million and change. The renovation will result in the building being compliant with the building and energy codes. The work also results in the building being ADA compliant on the first floor only, and a fire suppression system that meet life safety code requirements that we don't presently have. The second floor would not be ADA accessible and not completely renovated for that reason. REAC also provided an estimated cost for the demolition of the building at $584,359 because that includes a lot of unknown, how much asbestos, how much lead paint that would involve. So we have produced those numbers. I provided them to you from REAC. I also just want to, it's important to look at the 2022 numbers that Dave Wally was asked to put together. And that was a more extensive project, included parking lot improvements at $3.6 million to do that. And those were in 2022 dollars, not 2026 dollars. I think everybody's familiar with construction inflation and what that's looked like. And then there's some limited renovations that were proposed at $1.2 million at that time. And new replacement was $3.2 million, and again, in 2022 dollars. So that's the information that I provided to you. It's up to the council to move this forward if it chooses to. It's up to the council is required to make a recommendation as to whether or not it recommends this or not to the voters, as well as the budget committee. As you know, I removed this from the CIP in the spring because, in my view, at the time, the project was not ready. I don't know what the operational cost would be for the building. I did conduct a survey. Obviously, the Lions Club is interested in the space. And there was another group as well, I think it's a cheerleading group, if I remember right, that had expressed interest in using the space. A lot of our other I used the list of nonprofits that are listed for, that are registered in the town of Londonderry. A lot of them, not that they weren't interested, but they had other facilities that they're operating in. So they didn't need to particularly come here. Not that they don't support that. I want to be very clear about that. So you're aware of that. That's what I did. That's where we're at with the numbers. I produced that to you, have it in front of you. We can certainly ask any technical questions you have about the construction estimate that was provided. I have Kevin here to do that if you have any of those, or anything else you'd like to do at this particular point. That was my task, and I provided to you.
I guess I'll ask you just simply, in your opinion, is this warrant article ready for the ballot, or do you think we just don't really have enough information. I'm just kind of your assessment of it, because you've done a lot of work in this.
So my assessment is that the estimate you have, I think, is a legitimate estimate. That's what it costs to do that. Might it be cheaper to build a new building? May well be. We had some discussion about tearing it down. I don't think you need to jump to that particular move, and I'm not recommending that you do a warrant article to do that at this point. It's a public policy decision. You have to decide what are the priorities to the town. We know we have to replace the DPW facility. We know we have a number of budgetary items. Is this the priority to spend $3.3 million to do? You have to make that public policy decision, and you have to decide whether that's a good idea. I told you before, I removed it from the CIP. I don't think it's ready for that. I don't think you have all the information, and you have to decide whether that's your priority. If it is, here's a mechanism by which for you to do that, if you choose to do that.
Dan has a question.
I guess as a council, my concern is, let's say we say yes to this. There's a warrant article out there for 950,000. And if that passes, and this doesn't, what is 950,000? I mean, we're looking at
Almost 3.3.
3.3. So what is 950 gonna?
It won't accomplish much.
No.
It won't get the building ready. It won't make it ADA compliant. It won't. I don't think that warrant article, dollar-wise, is accomplishing what the people who are signing it want it to do, and I think it's not a helpful state. I mean, it could potentially be changed at deliberative to be more money, because citizen petition articles have to go to the warrant if they have enough signatures.
Right.
So we could certainly go that route if people wanted to do so at the deliberative, instead of having two warrant articles on the ballot.
I guess my concern,
So
Ted,
it's
is
not
that.
confusing to the voters.
Yeah, my concern is that, let's say the 950 passes. All right? What's 950 gonna give us? Are we just
Well,
throwing
that
our
would be,
money
I think,
away?
a good question from our representative from REARC, if Mr. Mulholland would allow him to answer some questions upon what that might accomplish.
That would be kind of hard for him to do, because you'd have to pick.
I know, we'd have to pick and
Pick and
choose,
choose.
wouldn't we?
Building. I wouldn't want to put him in that spot.
No.
Because we'd have to make those decisions. We
Of
would
course
tell him,
not.
we want to do these things, and can you do those things at 950?
Probably not.
Right. I think it's fair to say that
Exactly.
we cannot meet code with 950,000.
I would agree. That's what I was trying to get at. Yep.
Saying that.
Yep.
Go ahead, John.
So I'll say Ted brought up some great points, and I think this does really add confusion, paired with the town manager's recommendation that this really isn't really ready yet. I think that we've got something on the ballot, and I think we've got the amounts of the estimate. And so in order to not have competing warrant articles, I think we let the citizens petition be the definitive one. And if people want to raise that amount, they're welcome to at deliberative.
Right.
They can we've got the information, we can put the information out there so people can see and have these, and they can do what they want. And we don't get a choice if that one goes on. That's a citizens petition, that's going to go on regardless. I just don't think we compete with that. But if people do feel, and I've always said this is a community effort, people have got to really come out and either express support for this or express support that they don't want this. They get behind either that one and getting the amount correct, or they don't. But that's up to the community. But we've got to eliminate the confusion. So great call on that.
Mr. Mulholland, may I ask a question of our representative from REARC? If you can come to the mic.
Ted's gonna put him on. You waited all this time.
So, I see here on your estimate for the 3.380 of a escalation of 2.5% to delay construction until June of 2026. But what happens if, say, for example, it doesn't pass by the voters and it goes forth to next year's warrant? What kind of costs are you potentially seeing of an increase then?
So as an industrial average right now, you're running
You
between...
just come close to that mic.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
hard for folks to
Hi,
over here.
and good evening. On average right now, you're running between about 4.5% to 5.5% annual inflation right now in construction cost. Obviously, that doesn't take impact of all the other stuff that's happening, tariffs and everything else that's going on in the world, but that's right now, the industry standard right now is about 5%.
So,
And we carry 2.5 to kind of get us to June, because we did price it up in December.
For the record, that's Kevin McGee from Rear Construction for the minutes. Thank you.
So we'd be looking at probably, I'll be conservative, a $200,000 increase. 5% is 170, but I'm
Yeah.
rounding up.
Yep. That's probably a fair estimate right now, yes.
So, time and time again, councils, school boards, voters don't vote on projects or don't push projects forward, and every year it costs more and more money. We've had this project brought before us to the council for at least 3 years now, and every year it keeps on going up in cost. I would hate for another project to go before us and we pass on it and it goes up in cost again.
I think, Ted, to your point, we know DPW is going to be needing a building. I think we, as a council, need to make a decision on this, whether we move forward or not, because if we do not present it to the voters now, and DPW building is up, and both of these compete, it's going to be an issue.
The problem that I have is, we know there's a citizen petition article that's out there gaining signatures for 950.
Yep.
And 950 will not make the building operable.
Nope.
To be a town-owned operating building. You know, the only real suggestion at that point would be to, at deliberative, have someone suggest to increase the amount of money on the citizen petition article to actually make a town-owned building operable at a higher amount of money.
Or
Or it can also be zeroed out.
Well, yeah, that's.
Someone may zero it out, this is true.
Well, I was gonna say council proposes, puts, you guys put one on the ballot, and then we recommend that it gets zeroed out, and at deliberative, we explain there's already one on it that'll take care of the cost.
Deb? I think the problem with that is it confuses the voters in the voting booth. They'll see that one at 0 and then another one at another amount. Like, that'll just, last thing we want is confusing voters and to have another warrant article on the ballot.
Deb, go ahead. All right, so on a different note, but on the same note, I'm looking at some of this stuff, like I'm looking at earthwork, which I have no idea what earthwork is.
Dirt work.
I'm sorry?
Site work, get the stuff ready, dirt work.
Well, you're not doing anything really on the outside. Why is that $63,000?
So there will be some, I can dive as much detail as you like.
I would,
Okay,
because if we can lower this number, this would be good.
So what line item are you looking at specifically, just to make sure I can reference the right one?
Looking at Division 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so 31, 32, and we're looking at the rebuild option, correct?
Yes.
3.3, okay. So the exterior improvements, we have a couple items in here is, I'm gonna look at just, kind of go through the sections here. So we're putting a new ADA ramp in at the exterior, at the front entrance.
But that is not necessarily needed to be usable. We have one. It could be added on later. It's not necessarily needed to be usable, correct?
I'm actually not be able to say what is by, let me just back up for a second so we understand how these numbers came about. Sean, I'm sorry, Mr. Mulholland did contact that we had reached out to Arcove, who was an architect, who was involved in the earlier report. They were part of this. They actually did a drafted of a ADA plan to make sure we bring the building up to ADA for the first floor. So that includes two new ADA ramps. One is at the main entrance for the closest to the handicap parking spaces, and one is in the rear of the building to make sure that the raised stage area is ADA accessible. We also had Structures North do a complete review and design regards to bring it up to code. There are some structural failures that are happening inside the space. You already have a area in the main ballroom dance hall that already fell through. So there was a whole bunch of things that's bringing the building from the 1700s up to the current building code.
I understand, but
I can't. So let me look. Jumping back into that, I can't sit here and say what is required by code. That's why Arcove, the professional, the architects, said this is what's needed, and that's what we're including now. So I can't say it's not my license.
I understand what you're saying, but I thought we were going out to get a price on what was minimalistically needed, minimal, to open the doors to make it functioning, period.
This is.
This
That
is what this
is
is.
ADA compliance.
I
isn't
would argue that
Yes, it
making sure
is.
that the elderly folks who are
There's
mobily
already
impaired have access
access.
to the building should be a requirement to be considered it open to the public.
Right.
100% of people who live in this town should be able to access that building.
Well, there already is access.
Not near the handicap
has to be
parking.
a certain width.
You could move the handicap parking to the side of the building, Ted. That's easier than spending 200, whatever it was. I'm just saying, was it really thought out? There's a couple other things in here.
It wasn't 200.
How come
It's
windows are only at $4,000,
Right.
and then doors and hardware is almost $38,000?
Because after the inspection of the existing windows, that they said they'd be in great conditions, they've been recently or relatively new replaced. The architect, being the co-consultant, said that we should leave that in place and try to minimize the budget impact and to make this as
Okay.
no frills as possible. I hate to
Deb, can I?
take that out of context.
You
but to make
can,
this
but
minimal.
I just don't believe these numbers.
I just want to interject a little bit.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've sat in on this, and Bob Slater has already sat in on this, and the goal was to do everything we had to do to be able to open the building. The upstairs, we're not addressing.
I understand.
Okay, except what we really absolutely have to. These are real costs. I mean, I've looked at these costs, and these are real costs. I mean, it's not fluff.
But explain these to me then. What does this mean? General conditions, 390-something thousand. General requirements, 80. What is that?
So, let me-
Then it says
yeah.
demolition, demolition abatement. What is that? I don't even know what these things are. I understand what concrete work is. I know we need that. I know we need some masonry work. I'm not exactly sure on what. And then, like, there's so many things here that are just vague. And
But your demolition and your abatements, you're also talking about the mold that's impacted in there. You're going to have to demo that mold. You're going to,
then it should
it's
say
not.
that that's what it is. I mean, just so people
This is
know
how
what
it
it is.
costs.
We
us
also
when it's put
have,
together.
like, in that building, Deb, we have probably some asbestos
So,
that
if
we
I-
have to
That's over here and
remediate.
removal of.
So all this stuff is all being looked at.
And just so you
addressed.
know, for the price point, the way this was developed, the two biggest areas of risk that we have right now is the structural. We basically have to come in and rebuild the entire structure of the building while leaving the exterior alone. So what we have is we actually have subcontractor pricing who walked through this facility. That's a real sub-price number for the actual reframing carpentry, which is Division 6. It's a CSI formatting. It's just the construction standard standards. And the other key person is abatement and demolition. So this is from EnviroVantage. Walk to the site with myself and my superintendent, just so they can understand. So we have everything that's accounted for in the mold report. And what we're trying to do is there's items that aren't accounted for. There hasn't been an asbestos abatement report yet, or a lead or a PCB. So we have money in there for testing. These guys are specialized in the abatement area, so they do this day in and day out. And so I asked them to use their expertise on what do they think we should budget without knowing any information. So we're presenting to you a complete budget, but also not an inflated one as well. So we big risk. We went down. We actually got some subcontractor pricing. The other pricing is based upon street pricing that we're getting in every day for similar sized projects, wood frame structures, et cetera. And it's also some of these items that look the detail. It's on the structural, like you mentioned, masonry. So masonry, just to kind of dive into the deep weeds for a second. Masonry, you have to go inside. It's a fieldstone foundation in the front, 1700 Morrison house. The structural engineer is saying we have to go in, we have to go underneath, pull up the flooring, repoint that. We're putting in new bearing walls in there for the new structural system to handle the support, to bring the whole front building up to code that supports the second floor
So you're not
level.
talking about what's outside, you're talking about what's
No,
inside.
100% inside. We have very minimal money or budget holes for the siding and roofing repairs and patching, just because that scope is we're leaving the exterior envelope alone.
So under design and engineering services.
Yep.
When I was on the council before, we had put out to do a whole design and engineering thing. Was it Wesson and Sampson that did it? So those are just like no good, they're not useful at all? You couldn't pull anything from them, you
So-
have to do the whole thing all over again?
So that information for that scope, there was a scope that was done 22 or 23. I don't have I don't have it in front of me. It was a totally different layout as well, but that was more of an
That's
building
another thing.
assessment.
Why are you moving the kitchen to one side, putting the two bathrooms? Right now, it's women's bathroom, men's bathroom, stairs, and the kitchen. That's a lot of work to move and a lot of expense to move the kitchen from one side to the other, move another bathroom. I just.
So what we're doing is we have to, in addition to bring it up to ADA code, we also have to bring it up to the plumbing code. There's a certain number of fixtures based upon the unit count of people. So in order, when you start to
How do you
get
know
into
the number of people? I mean,
well, that's what we have the designers to approximate that. So
so
about
what is
use
the
group.
number of people you're guessing at?
I don't have that number, but I'll get back to you on that. It's all on the architectural plans. I don't have them in front of me because they do a whole code analysis. And they'll tell you about what's the building occupancy, what's the use group. That determines the International Building Code. Okay, if it's a use group of this type, it needs to be so many people per square foot. And then that is the driver of how many, what we call bathroom fixtures. So we have so many that are women and men and then ADA.
So if it's basically being used as it's been used for the last, I don't know how many years, correct? As a, small function hall with occasionally and nonprofits using it for meetings. The capacity for people we've already had, we know how much that is. I guess I'm really struggling. It sounds like you're trying to change this into something. Whatever. You guys all just do what you want.
Deb, what I can
I
tell.
know. I just feel like we're being bamboozled. These numbers to me don't make sense. To get it basically working, this does not make sense to me. This sounds like a rework for something totally different, and that's where I struggle. And I'm not trying to, like Kate said, say, oh, handicapped people can't go in here. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. It is ADA compliance, because for years, people with medical and handicapped issues had gotten into the Lions Hall for events. I just don't understand. What we're trying to create here is a brand-new building, really, at the end of the day, without the second floor. That's what we're doing.
I want to address the capacity. I met with our fire inspector, Mr. Johnson, and the capacity is based on the square footage of the building. And I think he said it was like 100 and maybe 50 people, something like that.
It's 100. It was, well, they would stop it at 100.
Yeah.
100 people max, because not too long ago when I was 60, so 6 years ago, I had a 60th birthday party there. And they told me you can't have more than 100 people.
Okay.
So unless that's changed, I mean, I don't know, did the building grow or shrink? I don't know. But that's what they told me when I rented it, 100 people max.
I can tell you that it's hard to go to the voters and say, we want X amount of dollars,
You're
not
absolutely
knowing
right.
exactly how much we have. We decided to go this route, and I know in the past, the council has discussed and said, oh, maybe we can get somebody to donate this or donate that and reduce the cost. And that'd be great, but you need this document to be able to go to them and say,
I understand all of that.
Mr. Plummer, how much, can you donate to us? And he's going to look at this and go, all right, we're going to have more plans coming forward and stuff, but at least he'll have an idea of what he's bidding on, what he's looking to donate. But still, at the end of the day, the voters still have to vote in 3.3 million. And if we get the donations, then what Justin has explained to us, we just don't raise that amount of money. Whatever we raise is what we'll bond.
I understand every single word you're saying, and I totally agree with you. We talked about this at the last meeting,
Yep.
exactly what you said.
Yeah.
My thing is there no wiggle room in here? Because I would hate to see this fail. And then the 950 gets in and we can't do anything.
I just have a question,
Go ahead.
and this is just my own personal ignorance about this Lions Hall, and it might help people at home also. But Can maybe one of you guys or maybe Mr. Town Manager, if somebody could explain, like, what is the value, not the actual value, the assessed value, but like, why do we care about this building? Like, somebody
its
tell
purpose?
me.
Yeah,
Was that well, no, I mean, listen,
And it's not public.
No, it's a legitimate question.
Well, no, I mean,
agree.
I understand that it might be historical and things.
Okay, we're getting out of here. And it's not a public.
No, I'm just
Excuse me, she wants to know why we want to save this building. I'll tell her.
And it's not a public comment. You can say it during public comment. It's not a public hearing. We're getting out of hand here, guys.
Well, it seems like the board should know.
I do know.
I don't think it would.
Well, no, I'm just curious to better understand.
right.
I mean, I
All right.
understand.
Might I ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, may I ask your professional opinion?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you for specific numbers, but I have a question for you. Based on what you've seen of this facility so far, in order to construct, let's say, from scratch, a modern facility of equivalent use for meetings and gatherings, would, just, again, professional opinion, not specific numbers, would we be financially better off to just raise this thing to the ground and then just from scratch build a modern facility instead of worrying about repointing floors and fixing sagging floors and getting it under old structural walls?
I think you could have if you had a redesign, that you could probably do it more efficiently in the layout. Because basically this system, you're getting new mechanical systems, you're getting a new sprinkler system, because it doesn't have one to date. So you could.
Need one.
It
does.
Are we paying extra to retrofit and fix an existing ancient structure?
I think for the same value, more or less, plus or minus, say 10%, you could get a new structure if you have this in a more efficient design and layout.
So it doesn't
I
sound like-
think because what happens is you're trying to meet code requirements, provide a service, and if someone had a clean slate to be able to design it and to do more efficiencies, because we have to work within the existing lobby area. So
Yeah.
so like we're kind of that. Could that be some wasted space? This is taking all the historical value out of this or meeting and so forth. You're putting a lobby into that. You're putting the bathrooms within that constraint. So maybe you could get more efficiency that will pay for the different systems. Because what you don't have here is you don't have foundations, you don't have roofing, and you don't have siding. And the structure will be similar to a wash. So I would probably say you probably say 10% more, and you could get a new building laid
So
out.
we pay more to have.
I
a
would say
modern
yes,
meeting.
probably 5 to 10% more, because there's trades. And when I say trades, there's actually construction scope that you're not included. We don't have new foundations here. We're reusing the existing. We're supporting and adding some minor tweaks. We don't have the siding, we don't have the roofing, we don't have the windows.
Okay.
But other than that, if you were to walk in, we have to kind of gut that back completely to the existing structure, because we have to reinforce and sister the entire area to bring it up to current code, because
All right,
there
so
are some failures.
Whichever we go, ballpark, we're spending about the same if we decide to.
Yeah,
functional structure.
maybe plus or minus 10% more if you were to build new.
Cool, thank you.
Patrick, don't forget that you then also have to add on top of that the demo price.
Right.
So you're looking at another
You're not
600 grand for
including
demo.
demo in what
No,
you just
so
said.
so I had two different options. Option one is to abate and then demo. And option two, because it's required by the state law that you can't throw away the hazardous material with the debris. And the option two is abate, reinforce the structure, rebuild it. When I say rebuild it, reinforce the structure and refinish it on the inside with new mechanical systems and a new sprinkler system, and making the entire building ADA accessible on the first floor. You do have ADA at the front. You don't have ADA at the stage area and some areas in the back. So, and nothing on the second floor. The second floor will be mechanical systems and some unfinished storage space.
Dan, a question.
I just want to make a comment to Patrick. I think basically it boils down to, do the voters want to preserve a historical building for pretty much about the same building? I mean, the same price, okay? But,
Or spend a lot less and just get rid of the problem entirely.
exactly, you know? So do the voters want to preserve a historical building? You know,
Sorry,
that's what
can
it boils down to.
Could I rephrase my question just so that I can get
Yeah.
some sort of an answer? What is the intended use for the building, provided that it's?
Well, I think that's, I think that's
The
one
answer
of
is we just don't know, and based on what, Mr. Town
We know
Manager,
some,
what.
we have some basic, we know the Lions Club wants to continue to operate and perform the various public functions that they provide.
And
to
we
the
lease the space, is that
That
true?
would, clearly, that's what we want to do. And then there was
Yeah.
the talk about using the space, because there was a committee that was doing some work on
Yeah.
this. But none of that has been committed to. Again, we
Okay.
don't know what the operating costs would be moving forward.
Right.
But some of the ideas were that we'd be able to have performances in there. These other groups would be able to use that space. That was the idea, to be able to do that. And then it could be rented out for birthdays to help recoup some of the costs. Those were some of the discussions that occurred to help offset those operating costs in the future.
As well, the Recreation Department had interest of using the space for their programs as well.
Got it, okay.
Is it conceivable to sell the building off to one or a consortium of these organizations and let it be there?
That's a council decision to sell the property. They certainly have the authority in which to do that, to sell town property, if they deemed it appropriate to do so. That's why I said, this isn't, there are other options that should at least be considered. The council, obviously, time was short. They wanted me to get those numbers, and it took a while to get them. So they asked me to move on that expeditiously. So now they have that, but that's not the only option. And there's actually one group that did express interest, and I'm meeting with them later on to try to use the building. They don't know about the issues that we have, because I haven't talked to them yet. But there may be other options.
Use and pay for it, or just use it?
I don't know. That's why I'm going to meet with them. And I don't think they understand what needs to happen for even them to occupy it, though.
Right.
That's part of the problem.
I think, Nicole, also, to your point that, who's going to use the building? We're talking about budget. We don't have anything in the budget that's going to address maintaining this building, keeping it heated, keeping the lights on, plowing it, salting it out there, and all the other maintenance that goes along with the building. We don't have that number. So, I mean, I think, to me, that's a number I'd like to see also.
So-
'Cause it's going to impact our budget.
To take us back to the beginning of all this, what we tried to do this year, because this has been kicked around the council for 3+ years now. And so what we wanted to do was, let's get real numbers to people of just opening the building, because the building's decaying year after year. It's getting bigger and bigger problems. It's now got a mold thing this year. Things just keep coming as this building stays. Unoccupied buildings don't stay happy, and they just start having other things go wrong. And so we just wanted to go, let's once and for all solve this instead of kicking it around. And so that's where we came up with the number. This is just to open it. On top of that, yep, there's operating costs. Nobody knows what the use is. But if we do nothing this year, this building's going to get worse. So we want to put it in front of the voters and get a resolution to this and figure out where to go. We don't want to be here next year, same conversation.
Mr. Mulholland.
And this doesn't go too often, but you and I are on the actual same page. One question, Ted, before you do your question. In that citizen's petition, does anybody know if it says the word Grange in there to put money towards the Grange as well?
I don't believe it
Or is
does.
it just the Morrison
Just the
House?
Morrison Meeting House.
Okay.
Mr. Mulholland, would you be able to ask our representative to provide some experience that his company has on types of buildings like this? So maybe give the council more comfortability with what you guys have done.
Yeah, we'll give you a whole litany of all the projects that we've done that's similar to this.
Wonderful.
So we can forward, so you guys will have it all in reference.
That way, I think some members on the council may not fully understand what goes into this and what kind of work really happens with these kind of buildings.
And I do apologize, Deb. I know that there's the way that this is broken out is just construction formatting. So if you have specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. But I will follow up with all the similar projects that we have. Absolutely.
And you're telling me that this is the absolute lowest you can get to?
Right now,
I mean, the absolute lowest price that you can
with the information that
get it to be open.
the information that we have right now from the designers and the structural engineer, this is a real number for this project. I feel very comfortable saying that. So you can, if you want to start changing things, but you have to bring this building up to code and to have basic finishes in this building, and this is what it's going to take. There are some unknowns, and I do have allowances in there for the asbestos, the abatement, for the septic system, because it hasn't been filed. There's no record of that, so I have, and that's a big number of this earthwork number you had you mentioned earlier, it's $120,000 of TBD because we just don't know. We don't know the soil types. I don't know the design and so forth. So there's all ramifications and impacts
You're
to that.
saying there's no plan for this, so you don't know where anything is or when it was done?
There's
or
no
anything?
design, and I had this discussion with Nick. You can't remedy that. You have to tear it out. You have to do a perk test and put a new one in.
Agreed.
So unfortunately,
Wow.
the best intent was there back, and I think I was told 2000, the year 2000, the turn of the century when it was constructed. But the reality of it is, once again, we got to follow the law, and we didn't. So
get it.
we got to replace it.
I get it. My last thing is, we as a council, we just have to be mindful that we have spent, I don't even know, like upwards towards $200,000 or $300,000 already, easy on.
I don't think it's been that high, no.
Well, what was the Weston and Sampson study? 80-something thousand. There was another study before that. There
wasn't another study besides Weston and
There-
Sampson. There was one after Weston and Sampson
Okay,
by
after- there was another one,
architect
and
from
then-
Portsmouth. And that one was only about 20.
Okay, so
So maybe at
200?
most we've spent maybe $100,000.
Yeah.
Not 200. No.
Okay.
Didn't you add something?
I just
If I could
want.
just- I'm sorry. I
I'm
just wanted
sorry,
to add
no, go
something
ahead.
that Nicole brought up and Patrick as well. When you, in the future, when we construct a building, we should be looking at the life cycle cost,
Yes.
right? We haven't done that traditionally, and a lot of communities don't, but that's the way to do that. What's it going to cost over all these years to maintain that? You're right, we could fix the existing building, maybe there's a 10% variable, but eventually I'm going to have to replace that roof because I don't know how many years it's got left, right? What does that cost? What are all the other things to maintain a building? And when you have systems that don't run efficiently, they cost more. So if you take a look at that compared to a new building, that's something we need to do with every building in the future. We have not done that for this. What are the life cycle costs compared to a new building with modern appliances and electrical equipment and those sorts of things, low flush toilets, all that kind of stuff, all that has a price impact. We have not done that. That analysis has not been done. That costs more money, to Councilor Paul's point, to try to figure that out. So that just needs to be, when you look at the big picture, what is our operating cost over all the years and additional renovations for an old building compared to a new one that's going to have a lifespan that's going to last a lot longer with modern materials and so on and so forth.
Dan?
I just want to make a comment that somebody who has dealt with older buildings and worked, trying to remodel some of these older buildings, these numbers seem high maybe, but there's also the unknown. When you tear something out, it's like, oh my goodness, now I got this to deal with. All right, so you never know going into an old building what you're going to run into. All right, so there's all kinds of complications that arise.
And I will say to REARC's credibility, they've been around for 20 years. Their estimating team and pre-construction team, you guys have probably what, between 80 to 100 years experience between all of you combined?
We have more than that with the pre-construction team alone.
Yeah.
We probably have over 200 experience.
Yeah.
So they have their experience of putting together these numbers. These numbers are pretty damn accurate.
But to Sean's point, I am worried that people won't vote for this and it's just going to fall into the ground.
The other end is the 950 is not going to accomplish what the building needs for the health of the building.
I get that. I'm agreeing. It's just, I wish that citizen never put that petition in because it really throws this off.
Yeah.
Dan has a question.
Mr. Town Manager, is there a way of putting a warrant article forward, asking the people if they are interested in preserving this building?
You could certainly do a non-binding referendum type of question to do that. And I guess you have to figure the efficacy of how people would actually make that assessment.
I mean, I don't know if there's information we can put out there that say, if we're going to preserve this building, you're looking at 3.3 million.
Well, isn't that what the warrant article
Yeah.
is
I know.
supposed
Right,
to
we-
do?
we
Because
did- I know, but
if we just ask people if they're interested in preserving the building, like
Yes.
with no money attached to it, of course everybody's interested in
Yeah.
preserving the building.
I
But
guess-
maybe some people see the 3.3 million and go, oh wait, but maybe not for 3.3
Yeah.
million.
Right, what-
And I think that's the important bit.
What I'm trying to avoid, Katie, is that no means no.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
the
don't know
other
if
end,
there's a way
Dan, do you
around
want to phrase it that way and say, do you want to push this off a year and have it cost 200 grand more?
No.
No.
Right.
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 But no means no, so if we put it out there and voters say no, now what do we do with the building?
I guess I'm not afraid of no means no, because if the voters say no, they said no.
Right.
I'm not going to
definitive
keep trying to
answer
recycle it year after year and get a yes out of them. If they say no, that's what they decided. We're trying to get over this issue and get to a point where the voters, the people of this town tell us what they want. I'm not trying to tell them what they want. They can tell us, and we'll react accordingly, and we'll do what they
Are
want.
you saying to put this forward at 3.3 million?
No, I'm not saying that because, as Ted brought up, we've got a competing warrant article. I think that gets confusing. I think the suggestion would be that one we can't do anything about. This one we can. That one's going on the ballot regardless. But I think we need to put the information out there on how much this will cost, and people, if they so choose, can take that at deliberative and get it to something that'll get the article viable to get the building open. We've given them the information. Now we've got to step back and let the voters of the town tell us what they want.
So what I'm gathering, what you're saying, Sean, is that we don't move forward on this, that we let the citizens petition move forward.
Well, we don't have a choice in that.
Wait a minute, let me finish. Okay, we let the citizens petition move forward, but at deliberative, we put it at a real number?
I'm not going to make a suggestion one way or the other at deliberative. I think someone has to bring that up. The citizens have to vote on it at deliberative and decide that that's what they want to do. If they want to do it, we have the information. We put it out to the community, and it's up to them to decide the future of this building.
Well, I think it's up to us as a council to, let the people know at deliberative that we have true numbers of
Yeah,
of
true. And we
3.3
can.
million. So if our true numbers are 3.3 million, we make a motion to up it to 3.3 million. And we'll let it ride.
Yeah.
Just to be clear,
That would be all
Let it
taxation.
ride. Huh?
right.
That would be all taxation.
Because it's a bond hearing, then you have to have a bond hearing, and that has to be posted in advance. So that will preclude the ability, you could raise $3.3 million in property taxes, but you can't now borrow it through some other mechanism.
Yeah.
This is the mechanism by which to do that, if that's what you wish to do. Again, you could raise another $3.3 million in property taxes, and the voters could do that, but they can't bond at that point. They can so this is the mechanism by which to have that done, just to be clear.
So you're saying that if we put it on, we can bond it?
It has to go through this process, yes. Voters can do that too, and there's a separate process to do that, and I believe that window's already closed. But
Last Friday.
Yeah, so you have the ability to put it on as a warrant article for a bond. And you have a public hearing on that, and you decide to move it forward, and you make a recommendation to the voters that you recommend this, same thing the Budget Committee, or not. That's the process.
Could the voters alter that to make it a bond at the deliberative?
They cannot.
Okay.
Because of the hearing notice requirements that are required by statute.
Gotcha.
Quick back of the napkin math, if we move it as a warrant article, there's no bond, it's all raised through property taxes on a $600,000 house, that is $276 for the year.
Yeah.
Which is, we should probably, I know having two articles on there would be confusing.
We need to do the
But-
bond.
Would make more fiscal sense, and then at deliberative, just zero out the citizens petition warrant.
Well, that's what I suggested earlier, but.
I don't know, can you, Mr. Mulholland or Sean, Justin?
Yeah.
Can you zero out a
So
citizen's
my
petition?
suggestion is you have legal counsel answer that question, because that's because in essence, you're taking it
I
away from
don't
the.
think you.
We
So,
did it.
We have done
we've
it
done
before,
multiple
there was a
times.
library
But that
furniture
doesn't
warrant
mean it
article
was
last
right.
year
But-
that got zeroed out.
There have been court cases on that issue. I think legal counsel should answer that question for you, and that we not try to do
I think we should know
that.
that for sure.
But we did that last year.
It doesn't mean it was right,
No,
though.
no, I know.
So I'm just saying,
Maybe you leave $1.
the only other thing we can do as a council and as a budget committee is educate people as to what this is. Talking one person at a time, get spreads out to other people so that there isn't misinformation out there as to what's the difference between warrant article blah blah and or bond thing blah blah.
If you put it off, the price keeps going up.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying. We have to educate people.
Yep.
We have to tell them. We are the ones who have to explain to them this is not, if they want to do it. I mean, you listen to the master plan, steering committee, all those surveys, right? They're all about the historic-y, the new culture of saving the whatever, but that's what they say. This is up to them to do it, and that's the best way to do it, is to educate them on what it costs and what the difference is. That's all there is to it. That's all we can do.
So going back to what Kate had, if we did it as presented, of the 3.3 just going onto the tax rate of 276 on a house. But if we went through the bonding process, right now, they have it on the warrant articles at 4.1 cents. I'm reading that correctly, Justin. And then the following year it'd be 40 cents. And then it drops down to 3.9 cents. Am I reading that correctly? So the first year.
Based on the estimates and the current valuation, that is
correct.
And what we think the interest rate is going to be, because we won't know until we actually sell the bonds what the actual
Correct.
interest
So why does it jump from 4.1 cents to 40 cents the next year?
the change in the 3,300 and whatever that change is. It drops in the cost. The debt service drops.
I'm not getting you. That first
So,
year you have down 4.1
in
cents.
fiscal year
then it
27,
jumps to
the-
40 cents.
In fiscal year 27,
Yeah.
that's supposed to be a 0.4.
Thank you. That's good for us and people at home. Okay. I'm like, that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
So, so if we went with the bonding direction on the $770,000 home that Mr. Mulholland put together in his presentation, it would be $31.59 on that $770,000 home, compared to the $276 that
Yep.
Kate had.
But that's every year.
And that's what we need to educate people on. If
Well,
that's
until
what
that
they
bond
choose
is
to
paid
do.
off.
Right.
Yeah.
But the number that Kate said is all at once.
$276 for the, yeah.
That'd be
It's all at once.
taxpayer.
Where that is every year, for how many years?
Justin, how many years was that? Is that only the 4 years you
That's
had?
20.
20 years.
So multiply that by 20 and you come where Kate is.
Yeah.
It's actually much higher. It's a
639.
Yeah.
631.
So the,
No,
So it does.
Yeah, because there's interest.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So the bond is worse.
Long term, technically, but on a
So that's,
year-to-year impact on some people, it's
I just,
It's the same thing as like buying a car. Do you
Yeah.
pay for cash for it, or do you pay a little bit more over time? And
Yeah.
I mean,
just remember, we're supposed to be fiscally responsible up here too.
exactly.
of course.
You know, I don't think that that's fiscally responsible.
Right. If we're, yeah. If,
I'm just
if
saying,
we're talking,
just
yeah.
my
Well, it
opinion.
all depends on how people want to view their pocketbook. Do they want to have a small payment every year going forward, or do you want to pay that one big payment once? All depends on how people want to look at it.
Also, keep in mind the debt service drops as you get further to the maturity.
Yep.
It ends at about 168. So the last payment is about 168,000. And again, these are all estimates based on.
Of course.
Good, Dave. You have another question?
Justin, the warrant petition article for 950 million.
950,000.
950,000.
There we go.
We're building a Taj Mahal. For 950,000. Okay, that is a one-time hit to the taxpayers, correct? For that year. And how much would that be on a tax bill of the house we're using of 700 and some odd thousand?
Well, some of they're proposing to take unassigned fund balance, some of it to be raised in property taxes, just so you're,
That's what they're proposing?
that's what they're proposing.
Is that
About
even-
$78.
How much?
$78.
$78, but it doesn't give us anything.
Right.
That doesn't open the building.
Correct.
I question something here. Is it legal for a resident to use the undesignated fund balance?
So it
Because-
is, but last year, that's why we all 5-0 and 7-0 on the
correct.
budget committee zeroed out the library
I
warrant
mean,
article
but-
because it used unassigned fund balance, and we didn't want to
Open.
start that
You don't
precedent.
want to do that.
No.
Is it legal though? I mean, I would think there's. It
It's
is.
legal.
It is
It is.
legal.
Wow. So they could someone could come in and just empty our fund balance?
Well,
with
no,
a citizen's
it's their
petition?
money. It's,
I understand,
Yeah,
but
so-
I don't think people understand this, and
Yeah,
so.
which is why we voted against
Yeah.
that last year.
I did the 73,500. How close am I?
It's just that.
We
the
have to
petition
decide
warrant
tonight if
article
we're
is
gonna move
using
this
some of the
forward, because
unassigned
we have
fund
to have a
balance.
bond
Oh,
hearing.
okay. So it wouldn't affect the
So-
tax. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank
We
you.
have to decide
So
that.
it's $48.
We don't have to
but-
decide if it goes on the
okay,
ballot, we
thank
have to
you.
decide if there's a bond hearing on it.
All right, so we have to make a decision,
We-
right?
We
Ron?
need to decide tonight if this is gonna go to a bond hearing on the 19th. That's what we have to decide tonight,
So,
because we have to have a bond hearing by law on the 19th.
yes.
I
Can
guess
we
I
get a
look at
quick-
this two ways, Sean. I mean, bond.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as I've lived in this town, when people say a bond, they're like, we bond it so that people coming in later are also paying for this, not just the residents right now. I also look at the cost to the taxpayer. Do you want to pay 200 or do you want to pay 600 through the term of it, roughly? You know, personally, I would go with the 200 to save 400, but that's all depends on how people want to do it. I mean,
The hard part is, people who are on escrow accounts with their mortgages.
Right.
That's a big spike.
Yeah.
On your mortgage that 1 year. It's hard sometimes for those mortgage accounts to really take that into account. And then all of a sudden, boom, it'll be dropping again next year.
That's a good
So-
point, too.
Yeah, and then they'll adjust your escrow account for the big increase,
Right.
and then your escrow account will have too much money in it.
Right, and then they'll
a
drop you
couple years
down,
later,
so
we get a
that's
rebate
not-
check, and, yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little confusing.
when I look at a bond, it's people who are living here now are paying for it year one, year two, but as people move into the community, they're also paying for it going down the road.
And then, the businesses that move into town to also help
They'll be
reduce
paying
the tax
for,
rate,
they'll
pay
be
into
paying for it too. So,
Yeah.
in 4 years, if we have new businesses, new homes,
Yeah.
condos, whatever, they're paying towards this bond as well.
And if we can find people to donate some skills to us.
I would,
But
I'm going with the bond.
I'm sorry,
So-
Mr. Chair, could I just ask
No,
a
please,
very
this
s-
is Budget Committee, Austin, please.
No, I'm just, I kind of lost the thread during this extended discussion. So I just have a very simple question. Are voters going to have a simple choice about demolish this thing or do something much more expensive?
No, demolish is not on the ballot.
No.
Nobody up here on this council wants the building demolished. What we're trying to decide right now is if we're going to have a bond hearing on the 19th.
I say do it.
So if we're going to have a bond hearing, we need to decide that tonight or it's too late.
To better answer your question, Patrick, because I think I know where you're going with it. If the voters reject us doing it, we have to go come up with other options. Now that also could be selling it or whatever. We're looking for the voters of this town to tell us what to do with that building. So we're giving them option to save it. They say yes or no on that. If they say no, then we have to figure out what's next steps.
I look at it, Patrick, also, if overwhelmingly they say no. Now, as a council, you look at it and say, do we sell it? Do we demo it?
Yeah.
Now let's put another proposal to them and see what they want to do.
Yeah. But we won't be going down this road year after year.
Right.
This is your chance.
Right.
Save it, don't save it.
And so I appreciate that point. That's why I'm kind of curious why I just heard nobody on the council wants to demolish it. But if the voters say no, then you look at demolish versus sell.
No, we look at other options. I'm going to speak for myself. We get other options. Maybe somebody comes forward and says, hey, I want to buy the building and take on that responsibility myself. I don't think anybody up here wants to demolish the building. We want it, maybe the other options are out there. Town, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm,
And what I want, and I don't want to demolish the building, but what I want isn't as important here. This is a community building. I want the community to tell me what, and it's up to them.
I mean,
Thank you for the clarification.
let me ask the Budget Committee a question. You guys, is this fiscally responsible to put out a bond to the public and have them vote on it for $3.3 million for a building that, as our town manager said, we don't know the operating costs. We don't know what we want to use it for. So if we move forward with the bond hearing, we put this on the ballot, we're all going to have to vote on whether or not we want this building for the bond hearing.
So I've been hearing
I'm
this-
just throwing that out there, like,
Yeah.
from you guys, what's your take?
I mean, I've heard the same statements, same conversations over the past several years now. Different. The Jamaica was completely different when we first started talking about it, and I'm all that's left from the Budget Committee from when we first started talking
Yes.
about it. So, well, not for the first time round go around, were you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know, actually, maybe.
But anywho, every time we talk about this, it gets far more expensive. I say the advantage with the bond is that there's a higher threshold that needs to be met at the ballot, right? 60%.
Yep.
So, if there is overwhelming support, because it would have to be 60% plus one, that's an overwhelming majority of the voters that would actually want to take on this responsibility, these payments. If we don't put it to the bond, if we just leave the citizens petition warrant article alone, and who knows, a deliberative, it may not even increase in from 950 to a working number where we could actually do something with the Lions Hall. I don't like that uncertainty there, where because we can't predict how the voters are going to vote at deliberative if they actually want to increase the cost of the item in the citizens petition, and then what does that leave us with? 950 sitting in a fund, putting it to a building, and we're not sure that we can even start using it, versus we know that if we bond this, we can at least get it to a place where we can open the doors.
I agree. I think we have to bond it, and I don't think we really can put it off any longer, regardless of whether or not we know what we're going to be doing with the building. While we've been talking about renovating this building, we've also had 2 to 3 years to discuss what it is we want to do with the building, and we haven't gotten any further on those discussions either. I feel like the increased costs over the next year, if we put it off, it's just not worth it. I think we have to do it now. And it is what it is. We can't keep putting it off and kicking the can down the road. It's just going to get more expensive, and I think it's kind of irresponsible to maybe increase the warrant article to the 3.3 million, because all the time and effort we've spent talking about $400,000 in cuts will seem like a drop in the bucket. On the high end, my estimates were $38. Now we're talking about 276. And so it's like, why did we go through all that if we're just going to raise property taxes by about $275 anyway?
Yep.
So it has to be a bond, I think, and I think it has to be this year.
So, just on the last thing you said, though, the reason that we're going through that is because this choice is up to the voters for the building. I'm not recommending one way or the other. They do it. I'm leaving it up to them.
Yep.
So I'm not saying add that to the tax.
But
you are, though, just
keep
to
in
be
mind,
clear.
Sean, yeah,
you
keep in mind,
do have to.
if we put this bond forward, you will have to vote on it.
Yeah, I
And
know.
so will the budget committee.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Mr. Chair, you
Absolutely,
asked, you asked for some feedback.
Yeah,
I'm going to
please.
give you a blunt answer.
Yeah.
My answer is, we're looking at building SAU offices. We have other real needs in this town. We've had people show up at these meetings advocating for example, the library and such. With all due respect, I know this is a historic facility, but whether we borrow $3 million this year or $3 million over 20 years, I believe we have higher and more important priorities in this town. And a bond for $3.3 million paid off over 20 years, that's still a heck of a lot of taxes and interest that people in this town got to pay. We got to stop this somewhere.
I agree
Okay?
with that.
People, again and again, have shown up and talked about their taxes and the burden. We hear it here all the time. I mean, sure, you can put forward a bond for $3.3 million, but is it fiscally responsible? My vote is no.
That's what I said. I don't think it's fiscally responsible, but it seems like this council wants to do that.
And the other thing
get
is,
that.
by the time a 20-year bond is paid off, how do we know this facility isn't going to be once again decayed into needing more expensive repairs? Have we found all the problems that are in it?
I 100% agree with you.
So if
That
we
was
don't
my-
put forward a bond, then what are we doing about,
We leave it to the citizens petition.
and if they do increase it to the 3.3 million and people have to pay the extra in taxes, it just is what it is?
I mean, that's the citizens doing it. We don't control that. We don't control that warrant article being on there. It's
Right,
going to be
exactly,
on there.
yep.
Somebody from shooting themselves in the
I mean, the people of the town, I think, do need a path, but it's got to be decided by them. They're charting their course on whether they want to pay this amount for this or they don't.
I still think we just, I don't think the 275, the putting it as a warrant article is responsible, given what it will do to property taxes.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm
And
good
so I
with
think it
that.
has to be a bond, even if we do have to vote on it, I think that's what it has to be.
I think what you're going to end up with, a warrant article that passes for $950,000.
Correct. That we
And
can't do anything
that we
with.
can't do anything with it
Mhm.
because,
It's
we've
not
been
enough.
kicking this can down the road. They formed a committee. The committee was supposed to look at who's going to use this building and what and et cetera. And we never. I never saw that. I mean, I found
Well,
anybody.
he said earlier that there was no report ever given.
So.
Oh, there was?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember.
Excuse me. Did no one? I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And
Can't let one person.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
we can't, sorry, right.
But
Sorry.
I will say,
You're
this
right.
did come before the council. There was
Right.
presentations. We had
Okay.
discussions with the committee. So that, yeah, there were end results
Good.
of that committee.
I would like to address Patrick's comments.
Yeah, please.
So, Mr. Mulholland has a plan for assessing our buildings and, making
Yep.
sure that we don't let them fall into disarray again, knowing how these costs are. The other thing is, we know that the Lions were making some money off of using this building, and maybe when it's fixed up, it can make or generate even more funds that could, in turn, cover some of the costs for maintenance and or whatever. I'm just saying, it's not just really black and white. I believe what Kate said is that we can't just do the citizens petition, because that's just, it's like a road to nowhere. And at least this way, and like what Sean said, the people will vote. If they vote, they vote. If they don't, they don't. And the educating them on how they want to vote is all up to us to do. And really, I think that's the whole decision. And I think we've circle talked it, and circle talked it, and circle talked it, so.
And I think probably the best course of action at this point would be at the deliberative session, someone from the public go to potentially change that item to zero it out and have the warrant article for the bond to go forward.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anyone really wants to have a giant increase for this coming year on their taxes when it was, we get 3,000 to 4,000 people show up to vote, and then the other 18,000 registered voters in town, sorry, not 18,000, probably about 14,000 registered voters, say, hey, why all of a sudden did my taxes go up $275? What happened? And then,
So if this is good.
So let's just move
And I just want to add to that if we move forward with a bond, and as Ted was talking, then I think we need to look at people like Ann Champa, who have, the knowledge, the history of this building, to put something together and present it to the public to say, this is why we want to save the building.
Right. And I think if we can also, Mr. Mulholland, use the presentation that you have here to go along with this warrant article when it's presented, I think would be helpful.
What do you think?
So can I?
Let's make a motion, is that what it is? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's getting late.
no. So I don't care about the time. This is what is important for
I
people.
understand, but we're just circle
so
talking.
State one thing
Just-
in general?
please.
So the good news with that warrant article is, let's say both do end up passing, that warrant article states and/or maintaining the building and surrounding facilities, which means that this capital reserve can later be utilized to maintain the building after the bond. It's not just to build or reopen it. It does say maintain the facilities. Not trying to change anything, just want to let you know that if
No,
both
that's-
pass, we're not sitting there with
That's fine.
money we can't do
Unusable.
anything with.
And it doesn't say Grange in it, right, Justin?
it does not.
It does not.
Okay,
It's,
'cause I kept hearing someone say that, I don't know why.
So the Grange had come in earlier requesting assistance.
Yes.
But if you look at your email, I actually just sent you the updated version with the transposition fixed. It's on there. It's warrant article number 23.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess the choice we have right now is decide if we're going to move this to a public hearing to a bond hearing on the 19th.
So moved.
I don't make a motion, I'm telling you out loud. I'm just saying, and we have to decide that as a council.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
You say do that?
I say, bring it up. What do you think, Ted?
Yes, it should come before us as
I
a
agree.
bond. I think that's most financially prudent on the voters in town, so it's not as much of a drastic impact on their year-to-year taxes.
I'll tell you what, I will vote in favor of moving it forward because I want to hear from the public. But I still think it's just not fiscally responsible for us to put forward $3.3 million. But I'd like to hear from the public, to hear what they have to say. So if we move this forward, at least we hear from the public next week.
Right.
Yeah.
the
I
point.
agree.
Yeah.
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 So
Right.
I will accept the motion.
And I hope that we can
Good.
put this more closer to the beginning of the agenda so that some of the Lions Hall members who were here earlier and have now left might speak to it, and other people who may want to speak to this can speak to it early and then go home early.
I will accept the motion to move this to next week to the bond hearing. Let's see if there's. I think that's it there.
Okay, I will propose a motion, move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby schedules a bond hearing for January 19th, 2026 at 7 PM at the Londonderry Town Hall to receive public input and to act to move a warrant article in the amount of $3,380,551 to the ballot of the 2026 annual town meeting for consideration by the voters.
Sean, it is 3,381,000.
Oh, it's written wrong. Okay, I amend that to 3,381,551. No.
Rounded it up to
Oh, okay.
1,000.
Okay, we'll try this again. Amend it to 3,381,000.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
I heard Deb first, second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Just to be clear, so I can save everybody a bunch of phone calls, the council, all it has done is moving it to a public hearing to take public comment. You will make the decision whether you're actually going to move it to the warrant, and your recommendations, if you choose to do that, will happen on the 19th.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
The council would like to hear from the public. All right, up next, we have discuss and approve the sale of the property located at 10 Beacon Street. Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, sir. So on July 21st of this year, last year, 2025, the town council accepted the tax deed for the property located, what is commonly known as 10 Beacon Street. The property is map 10, lot 97. This property has a single-family home, ranch style, with approximately 1,313 square feet of living space on 0.2 acres of land. The property with building was last assessed at $401,200. The structure and property are in need of renovation. The previous owner of the property, Daniel Gentile, has passed away. The town filed a motion with the Rockingham County Superior Court for alternative service of process as there are no known heirs. The court issued an order on December 3rd of 2025 authorizing the town to advertise in a local paper for 3 consecutive weeks, seeking any party that may be an heir to contact the town. The town did advertise to notice. It's in the process of actually doing it this month. In the Londonderry Times for 3 consecutive weeks, and then again, we have yet to receive any response, but there's still another 2 weeks of that to go. In 94, the warrant article on warrant article number 23, the town authorized the town council to dispose of or maintain for public purpose real estate acquired through deeds from the collector of taxes. So in order to do that, to be able to sell a property, need authorization to do that. We still have to wait to the last advertising and give people a chance to reply. The attorney took quite a few steps, which we are required to do, to try to find anybody with that same last name. They reached out to those people, and we have not been able to find anybody that has any claim to that property. So the court has authorized us to do the advertisement, which is in the process, as I indicated. And obviously, town council has totally reviewed this. I need authorization to be able to sell the property. Once that is done, we can move forward in doing that. You did this at 367 Mammoth Road, and we sold that. This is the same process, and that's where we are today. And I'm requesting that so that I can get that back on the tax rolls and somebody living in it. And needless to say, the neighbors are pretty happy with the action that you did take because of the issues that were there. And the police department is not responding there all the time like they used to. I think they appreciate that as well. I think we have a good situation here. I think there's quite a few people. I know there's quite a few people who are interested in flipping that, renovating it, and turning it into a habitable home for family to live in.
Any questions from the council? All right, I will accept the motion.
So, move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager to take all steps necessary as justice may require for the sale of the tax deeded property at 10 Beacon Street in Londonderry, New Hampshire, and to execute all documents required in furtherance of the sale of the property.
Second.
Motion from Sean, a second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Excellent. Up next, discuss and schedule a public hearing regarding the zoning ordinance amendment. Ms. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So this is a rezoning request for map 16, lot 9, also known as 23 Wilson Road. It's currently split zoned AR1 and industrial, so the request is to rezone it entirely to AR1. This was also a condition of their subdivision approval for this property, so we're looking to schedule the hearing for that next week.
Any questions for Ms. Karen? All right.
So, I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing for January 19th, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Londonderry Town Hall to hear the public input and act on rezoning map 16, lot 009.
I have a motion from Sean, a second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Mr. Mahal, on the next item, I believe you asked to put off, correct?
I did. There's a
Yep.
few changes that have been made by one department. I think I should give them the chance to
Yep.
be able to do that. I made some of those corrections, but I think I need a further discussion with them, and you don't actually need to rush this.
Perfect.
So, my suggestion is that we hold off on that for now.
Thank you, sir. Up next, discuss and set a public hearing amending the ambulance fee service. Mr. LeBlanc, how are you, sir?
Good evening, everyone.
How are you? You waited very patiently.
Thank you. So, this past year, the state passed a bill, SB 245, which changes how ambulance billing is done. In order for us to charge, we have to get approval from the council. As part of this, we have to enter into contracts with the listed healthcare providers on here, or we're unable to collect to basically sum this up. So as it stands right now, we have placed our application. We have 3 of the applications signed on our end by the town manager and sent back. We've worked with our ambulance billing to hold off on billing until those contracts are signed by the parties and put back in place so that we can retro collect. So we're looking to schedule a public hearing to discuss amending the ambulance fees in agreement with the state RSA or State Bill 245.
Any questions for Phil?
I guess we'll discuss it further at the public hearing, I guess.
Yeah.
There's no point in
Yeah.
spending more time.
I mean, ultimately, you know, it's a state law that we have to follow. So we just need approval to
Perfect.
enter into these contracts and then collect off of that.
Sounds good.
All right.
Will we potentially get more money?
We will collect more based off of the way the state has set up the new billing rate. Yes.
Thank you.
And in here, you should see the billing rates as it's based now and what it will be. So yes, the billing rates will go up.
Thank you,
There will
Phil.
be more money coming in.
So I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing for January 19th, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Londonderry Town Hall to hear public input and pass ordinance 2026-08, amending Title 4, Chapter 25, Ambulance Fee Schedule.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Up next, under old business, discuss and consider moving forward charter amendments. Thank you for being patient.
No worries. Yes, so we heard back from the state about the proposed charter amendments that we had the public hearings on earlier this year. The state they have no objection to the charter amendments, either the reorganization or the removal of antiquated provisions therein. Our legal counsel also has given us an opinion saying that there's no reason not to proceed with these. So in accordance with, sorry, I don't remember the number off the top of my head at this time of night. 45B5, it says that within 7 days of receiving approval from the state, the Attorney General and the Commissioner of the DRA, municipal officers may order the proposed amendment to be placed on the ballot at the next regular municipal election. Since this is your only scheduled meeting within 7 days of receiving this letter, which was received on January 8th, this is your chance to order them placed on the ballot at the next regular municipal election, which is, as we all know, March 10th.
Any questions? Oh, good.
Thanks for all that work.
No problem.
Is that also going to address the recall?
It's a great question. No, it is not. So we need to address that separately, and it's on our radar to address as we prepare for next year's ballot, basically. There's a lot more history on that. That recall provision was part of a model charter that was very popularly followed nationwide in the 80s and 90s. However, when the charter was adopted in many municipal towns, it actually was not in accordance with New Hampshire law. So home rule states, you can put that in there. That's a great recall provision for a home rule state. We were not a home rule state. And RSA 49D specifically only gives citizens the powers of initiative, referendum, and recall that are present in 49C. But the problem is 49C has no powers of recall. So it's a kind of circular reference from the 1960s in the RSA. So that's a very complicated way of saying, no, you can't recall office holders in New Hampshire. And so next time when we move through the charter revisions next year, that's going to be one that, we've mentioned it in here a few times that recall is not, in 2005, it was found unconstitutional in the state of New Hampshire. So we'll deal with that next year. In the meantime, that's an easy one to comply with by not trying to recall anybody. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none.
I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby orders the two proposed charter amendments to be placed on the ballot for the March 10th, 2026 municipal election.
I got a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We don't have any approval of consent items tonight, but the town manager has a couple things that we need to talk about during his report. So I'm going to move on to the liaison reports. Anyone have any?
You and I had gone to the school board meeting last Thursday. It was a very interesting meeting on their budget.
Yeah.
They're moving ahead quite well, and they also presented a bit further on full-day kindergarten, and it will be at this time, a 12-cent reduction on the tax rate. Correct, Bob?
Yeah, it was very impressive. They lowered the default.
Yeah,
So,
and as
that
well
doesn't
lowered
always
default
happen,
as well. So pretty
very-
impressive what
Yes.
the superintendent and the business agent and school board are accomplishing over there.
Good work. Absolutely agree with
I
you.
think the voters will be quite shocked when they see it's a reduction on their tax rate
Yeah.
for full-day kindergarten.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Mulholland.
So I have a couple of non-public minutes to give to you. There's two sets in here, the 15th of December as well as the 5th day of January. These minutes were sealed by action of the council. We go back to the mic. So there's a couple of things that you should do, and some recommendations to you. One, obviously, to approve both sets of minutes. They've already been sealed. The minutes of December 15th no longer need to be sealed. So my recommendation is once you accept those minutes, that you vote to unseal those minutes, and then the public can have access to them. Other communities don't normally do that. They wait, and they do it once a year with a new statute that came out. I don't think you should wait. There's no reason to not provide that information, and I would suggest that you do that tonight, which is what we've been telling people. We seal them for only the periods of time they need to be. So we're going above and beyond what the law requires us to do, but it is the intent that these documents belong to the public as soon as they can be released. They should be. The one on the 5th should remain sealed until that matter is addressed, and that's just a matter of time. And as soon as that is over with, I would suggest that that be unsealed as well, but we're not ready to do that yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I will motion that we release the minutes from December 15th.
We have to
And-
accept them first.
Please.
Oh, we have
I'll
to
take it.
accept them.
Yep.
Motion to accept minutes from December 15th.
Okay. I have a motion from Ted.
Deb second.
Sorry. Deb second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
I'll now motion to release the minutes from December 15th.
I have a motion from Ted.
To unseal the minutes of December 15th.
Yes, unseal, thank you.
Motion from Ted, second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
I'll now motion to accept the minutes from January 5th.
I have a motion from Ted, second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
I will now motion to seal the minutes from January 5th until,
We don't need to
I think we
do that.
already did.
we
yeah.
don't need to
Yep.
do it any further?
Yep.
Perfect.
You've already
Wonderful,
sealed
that's
them, we've
great.
acted on that.
Awesome.
Move it along.
And he needs these back.
You can keep the ones from the 15th, I just need ones back from.
I don't need them.
Yep, okay.
If you want,
You want-
if you don't want to.
Did I keep the right one? Thank you. I might need it for my attorney.
Do you have the wrong one if you have the cover sheet?
No, I got the right one.
You can keep the cover sheet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that had
I was
part
gonna
of the
save
first.
paper and not print another one, but I mean.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Anything else, sir?
Yes.
You want to continue? Yeah, please.
So in conformance with the vote that was taken, again, the legal vote that the council took the other day, we do have some items that we request that you approve. We have the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Project. The amount of $4,000 is a grant that is also part of that. So we need authorization, just a vote from you folks to approve that. This would have been in the consent counter if I had it in advance, so that way the public can see it, which is, we talked about
Yep.
that, the preference to be able to do it that way. But I didn't
Any
get it.
questions about that from anyone?
No, I move that we approve that.
All right, I have a motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from, I heard Sean first. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Okay, Justin, do you have one too? Because you emailed me in the middle of the meeting, when I was upstairs. No? You'd know if you don't, that's fine. Because I emailed you to see, that you either get it to me or talk to them about it tonight.
That's the one, it was a capital reserve expense that they approved back in September. So I think we're all set with that.
Yeah, because I think
Okay.
things that were already done, you were good with.
Yeah.
Just to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay. The other item is $1,500 to do the background investigation of the top applicant for the Cyber Services Director position. So this, with the vote that was taken, that requires your approval at $1,500, not $15,000, $1,500.
1,500?
Any questions?
I'll move that we approve the request for 1,500.
I have a
Second.
motion from Dan, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
That is all I have for you,
All
sir.
right. Deputy Town Manager. All right. I will open public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment.
Wait,
Oh,
Ann,
oh, oh,
she's
okay.
moving.
Okay. All right. Come on up, Ann.
Ann Champa, 28 Wedgewood Drive. I think if people are voting on something, they ought to know what they're voting on. People who don't know the history of the Reverend Morrison's Meeting House, how important it is to the town. You know, it's not just any old building. It's the oldest public building in town, originally built in 1769. And it's our history. We're known for history. I mean, Scots-Irish settled in this area. Reverend McGregor's son, David, preached there before Reverend Morrison. You got to know about all this and what you're throwing away if you vote no. It's the last one we have in town from that age. Think about that. Where were you in 1769? You know? It is really important. It's been covered over, but the timber frame is still there. And if you've been up in the attic and saw the rafters and the timber up there, and the sign out front. The actual original sign is still up in the attic. It's not just any building to discard or to sell. It's the history of this town. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ann.
Anybody else with public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept the motion to adjourn.
Prior to you, just a heads up.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow at 5 is the deadline for citizens petitions.
Okay. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. is the last date for citizen petitions. I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's a motion by Ted.
Second.
Second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you all.
I forwarded you an email from the before regarding the pay stuff.
Okay. Well, I can't see it here. I don't have it on.